Mr. Hanveld, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
A privilege. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in the greatest country in the world. We pledge allegiance to the flag and to our country. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, it is that time on our calendar where we have oral communication. The public may speak on any item that is not on the printed agenda. No action may be taken by the board.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Corey Allen with the Department of Social Services. I'm here today to introduce you to an outstanding senior from Sonora High School. Hannah Harris is going to talk briefly with you about her senior project. Hannah.
Good morning. My name's Hannah Harris. I'm here from Sonora High School this morning to present my senior project to you guys. I've spent about 9 months on my senior project, and we're just about to do presentations next week to judges at Sonora High. I put on a fundraiser for Tuolumne County foster youth. I ended up doing a fashion show down at the Opera Hall back in March, and I had a little over 100 people show up and support the foster kids. I had Sound Extreme do the whole show, and I had about 13 models in the show with TJ Maxx and Sierra Bridal doing the clothing for the fashion show. By the end of the night, with all silent auction items and sponsors, anything with money-wise, I ended up raising a little over $2,000 for Tuolumne County foster youth. And I wanted to come and present that to you guys this morning, so thank you for letting me come up here for a couple minutes and present it to you.
Well, thank you very much for all that hard work.
Thank you.
Did you have fun?
It was a lot of fun. A little stressful, but a lot of fun. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Belinda Barlow, Solid Waste Manager, and I'm here to let residents know about our upcoming Household Hazardous Waste event, which will be held this Saturday, May 20th. If you have any paint, solvents, pesticides, fertilizers, pool chemicals, or non-empty aerosol containers, among other things, you may call to make an appointment to attend our event. The phone number is 800-811-2435. We will also be having an event in Groveland on August 19th.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Never repeat the number, but I guess.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Supervisors, and Tuolumne County residents. My name is Matt Reed. I'm from Congressman Tom McClintock's office. I'll be holding office hours here this morning at the County Administration Building from 10 a.m. until 11:30 a.m. in Supervisor Rodefer's office on the 4th floor. Should anyone have any matters of federal concern you'd like to bring to the Congressman's attention, I'd be happy to meet with you. Or if you are seeking assistance with a federal agency of some kind, happy to take a look at that for you as well. Thank the county and the supervisor for the hospitality.
Thank you, Matt.
My name is Donna Shivo, and I'm a Sonora resident, and I'm proud to have brought the health care SB 562 issue to the county, to the Opera Hall, and open up that discussion. I hadn't planned on speaking today, but an article just shows how a single-payer program is needed. The Justice Department will be suing United Health Group for their abuse of the Medicare Advantage program, where they have taken billions of dollars. And they are also looking into other groups And I didn't mark that. I'm a little nervous up here. But it should not be for profit. Our health care should not be for profit. In 2003, the government turned over some Medicare programs to private insurers, thinking that they could be more efficient. Well, they have only grown and built the Medicare system for billions of dollars. I have their compensation. I mean, last year, a pharmacy CEO made $66 million. It is not unusual for the healthcare CEOs to make $17 to $25 million a year. This cannot go on. Their healthcare overhead is 20 to 30%, where Medicare is even doing well, even though it's being bilked. It's like 2 to 4%. I got this in the mail from my health care, which happens to be United Health, telling me that, I should make my yearly checkup, and I may have to have some tests and screenings. And if I do this, they'll send me a reward card for $50 from Applebee's, Kohl's, or Home Depot. That's my health insurance company. It's disgusting to me. That's not the business they should be in. They spend $1.2 million a year lobbying Congress. And I have a feeling it's not to lobby in my benefit. It's to benefit them so they do not get regulated. So I just feel that it should not be for profit. I think people need to take control of the health care system, and we should be in the single-payer business like so many other countries in this world. So I have a little something I'd like to give you. This is Fix It, Healthcare at the Tipping Point. This was paid for by a businessman that started looking into the cost of his health care for his company because every year it kept going up and up and up and up. He was amazed. He was so upset. He discovered $84,000. Every physician in this country now has to pay $84,000 on average just to interact with private health insurance companies. We have had doctors up here that have closed their practices because they are tired of dealing with the healthcare insurance companies, and they have reopened on a cash basis. Something needs to be done. I would like to leave this with you. There is the video that he paid for, 38 minutes. Great video. It can also be Googled. Healthcare, Fix It, Healthcare at the Tipping Point, and other information in here. So can I give this to somebody to share? Okay. And I'm sorry I'm so nervous, but thank you for listening. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Will Reich. I'm a member of the Tuolumne County Citizenship. I also belong to the Elks Lodge, and the reason I want to talk to you is the Elks are presenting an honor breakfast to our World War II veterans. I'll hand out, Randy, I'll give you a thing, on July 2nd. And it'll be at 9 o'clock, and it's no charge to the veterans. And the charge of $7 for the public is all welcome. So we're doing this, and we plan on doing this on an annual basis if we can, because we're losing a lot of World War II veterans. And Supervisor Rutherford has agreed to be our main speaker that day. Thank you, Carl. And I can give you these, and you can pass them out. And I put my name on the bottom. If you're going to attend, please give me a call so we know who's all attending, especially the supervisors. Thank you. One of them is black, is not colored. Sorry about that.
Will,
Yes.
if there's public that wants to attend, can they just get tickets at the door, or do they need to get tickets ahead?
Well, we want reservations, really, because presently, I believe I have 22 World War II veterans that said they'd be there, and them and their caretaker, spouse, or transportation. And I have about 6 more, so I think we'll probably be in the neighborhood of about 60 people. And we want to keep it to, all the Elks are invited, and we want to keep it to around 180, not over.
So if the public wants to get tickets,
They
should
should call.
call?
This will be, the one will be posted where it's the lodge number. But for the supervisors, I would particularly like them to call me so I can recognize people.
Is the
Randy?
lodge number 53?
Okay.
Okay.
Can you
What?
tell us the lodge number for the public? The lodge number for the public where they can leave a reservation?
The lodge number?
Where you want the public?
It's there on.
For the cameras?
Oh.
It's 209
Okay.
533 1587.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. Any other public comment? Seeing none, will the clerk please read the consent calendar?
Minutes of the meeting held May 2nd, 2017, finding that a summary of ordinance number 3313 through 3315 were published, adopting a resolution rescinding resolution number 1813 and approving the submittal of an application for household hazardous waste grant offered by the Department of Resources, Recycling, and Recovery to extend the application timeline and change the signature authority. Number 4 and 5 will be pulled for discussion. Number 6 is adopt the master resolution amending the Tuolumne County General Plan. Number 7 has been pulled off the agenda and will be heard at a later date. Number 8 is approve the reappointment of Willow Thorpe and Anna Noonan to the First 5 Tuolumne County Commission, approving the reappointment of Bill Tracy and the appointment of Christine Elder to the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Advisory Board, and declare a vacancy for the position held by Lyle McPeters, and direct the clerk to post a notice of vacancy. And as the Air Pollution Control District, approve the resolution authorizing Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control District to participate in the Carl Moyer State Reserve Program for fiscal year 16-17 with the California Air Resources Board.
Would the board like to pull any additional items? Is there any public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
I'll move on the consent calendar.
I have a motion by Supervisor Royce, a second by Supervisor Handvelt. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Gray absent. Will the clerk please read item 4?
Consideration of authorizing the county administrative staff to release a request for proposal for the National Disaster Resilient Competition and Community Development Block Grant Disaster Resiliency Consulting Services.
Mo.
Good morning. Before you, staff has requested item number 4 and number 5, both dealing with an RFQ and an RFP for NDRC, the National Disaster Resiliency Competition. There's just some minor changes that County Council would like to make in the agreement itself. One of them has to do with making, as I understand it, the wording stronger in regards to that the contract is a not-to-exceed contract. So we're going to add some language in regards to that. And then for the RFQ, for the architectural services, usually what we like to have is
I'm sorry. Let's just do item 4 because
Okay.
we're taking them separately, Mo, right? Since we only read item 4.
And I need to ask council, is that the only item that you have for number 4?
Christopher Schmidt, Deputy County Counsel. After review, there are just a few provisions, both at least with regard to 4. There's going to be at least a change to the not to exceed language, and there are another couple of minor changes to the forum in case of litigation. So we're going to request that your board just add to the recommendations authority for County Council to make minor changes to the attached agreement and authority for the County Administrator to issue addendums in case there are any changes that need to be made after the RFP is issued.
Are there any board questions? Is there any public comment? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board.
Move on staff recommendation.
I have a motion by Supervisor Rotifer, a second by Supervisor Royce. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Gray absent. Will the clerk please read item 5?
Consideration of authorizing the county administrator staff to release a request for qualifications for the architectural services for the National Disaster Resilience Competition.
So this item
Community
relates to-
Resiliency Centers.
Okay. So this item relates to architectural services, and within architectural services, you do what's called a request for qualifications. In this, County Council had some concerns in regards to the contract again, and wanted to add additional language in regards to professional liability, and that's something that we add to contracts in which we are asking for services that render plans or are in constructions of things. This is a clause that needs to be added. So it's the same situation as before. So staff is looking that you approve ISTA form and allow County Council's office to make those minor revisions to the RFQ before it's released.
Are there any board questions? Is there any public comment? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board.
Move on staff recommendation.
I have a motion by Supervisor Rotifer, a second by Supervisor Hanvelt. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Gray absent. Thank you, Mo. Will the clerk please read item 11?
Consideration of adopting a resolution proclaiming May 21st through 27th, 2017 as Emergency Medical Services Week.
Good morning.
Good morning. Madam Chairwoman, board members of the board, my name is Clarence Team. I'm the EMS coordinator for Tuolumne County. Once again, it's my pleasure to come before you to ask you to recognize the participants in our emergency medical services for Tuolumne County. This year's theme for EMS Week is Always in Service. Always in Service is a common mindset amongst EMS providers. Volunteer fire personnel not only work their normal jobs, many times they're doing training and exercise while the rest of us are at home enjoying our family. They also get up in the middle of the night to help perfect strangers. It is not uncommon to see a, quote, off-duty EMS provider at the scene of an incident waiting for assisting patients until the fire department and ambulance arrive. As you got handed to you is an EMS challenge coin. And on the back, in very small letters, it's Greek for I stand ready to serve my fellow man. No statement could be more true of the EMS providers in Tuolumne County. The reason we chose to do it in Greek is because that is the language of Hippocrates, the father of modern medicine. So reaching back to our roots to recognize the future. Last year, there were approximately 8,000 calls for service that were responded to by our providers. We have continued to expand the paramedic scope of practice. Thanks to FEMA and Evergreen Lodge, we've added 2 more Lucas CPR devices to our ambulance fleet, which is one step closer to completing our goal of having these devices on every one of our ambulances. It is important to recognize these individuals for their dedication and service. With that in mind, I request that the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors proclaim May 21st through 27th, 2017 as EMS Week.
Are there any comments?
I've just got a question.
Mm-hmm.
You said it's one step towards getting them in every one of your vehicles. How many are you short?
We are short 1 to have them on all of our 24/7 staff ambulances, and I would like to put 1 more on our 12-hour-a-day flex car.
How much are they a piece?
$14,000
Okay.
approximately.
Thank you.
Is there any public comment? Right, I'm going to bring it back to the board.
Madam Chairman, I'll move that we approve the resolution proclaiming May 21 through 27, 2017 Emergency Medical Services Week, and I'd like to add my thank you to the entire team for the effort they put in. They're often not seen and not appreciated enough, so I want to say thank you.
I will pass that on to them. Thank you.
Second.
And I would absolutely confer with Supervisor Hanfeld's comments. It's the entire team, and please share our gratitude with them. I have a motion by Supervisor Hanfeld, a second by Supervisor Rotifer. All those in favor? I asked for public comment, but I'll ask again. All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Gray absent. Thank you very much. Will the clerk please read item 12?
Consideration of approving a certificate of recognition for Mick Grimes for his service as a member of the California State Railroad Foundation Board.
Ms. Peterson.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members. It is my privilege this morning to request your recognition of Mr. Mick Grimes for his work at his membership as a board member for the California State Railroad Museum Foundation. Mr. Grimes has been involved in our community for quite a while. He has specifically been a committed volunteer at the Railtown 1897 State Historic Park since the park's very early days. It is because of his passion and dedication to the state park that the California State Railroad Museum Foundation requested he join their board in 2014. Mr. Grimes has served a 3-year term as one of only 2 Tuolumne County representatives. So what that means is he's required to dedicate his own personal time and finances to go to Sacramento multiple times a year for the board meetings, as well as continue to advocate, I should say, for the Railtown 1897 continued success. As you can see in your memo there, Mr. Grimes has been passionate and enthusiastic about preserving railroad history for many, many years. He has been involved in helping to restore the steam locomotive Sierra No. 3 train. He has crucially been involved in influencing the fundraising efforts to keep Railtown 1897 State Historic Park open. As we know, a few years ago, there were some concerns about that closing. Excuse me. And he was a crucial member of the fundraising team to make sure that remains open for years to come. He also was involved in spearheading the Business Membership Committee, which is an innovative idea to create a membership for various businesses for the state, for Railtown 1897, again, in an effort to keep it self-sustaining. Very creative idea. So Mr. Grimes is here this morning, and although he's stepping down from the foundation board, I am sure, will be still very much involved in Railtown 1897 and preserving railroad history. So it is with that I request your board consider recognizing him with a certificate this morning.
Thank you. Any comments?
Sure, I do. As our Madam Chair will remember, and all the other board members as well, but when you and I, Sherry, were first running for office, there were 2 potentially catastrophic things being threatened. One was our Railtown 1897, and the other was our fairgrounds. I cannot express adequately enough the impact that Mick had in us saving Railtown 1897 and building an inextricable bond with the Railroad Foundation. And I'm not sure that we would be where we are today if it hadn't been for him. Truly a dedicated volunteer servant in our county, and like I said, I don't have words to express how much our community owes you, sir, and I want to thank you personally very, very much.
Go ahead, Supervisor.
Oh, there he is. He did come up. Been there since its inception. I didn't know you were that old. I mean, no, I just want to add my thanks for your contribution. I'm a railroad fan. How it's hard not to be a railroad fan. You ever ride a steam locomotive? You just it's a thrill, particularly if you can ride in a cab. But anyway, I just want to say thank you. Dedication and service to just a great asset to our county and to our community. I love taking my grandkids there, so thank you for doing what you did.
Just real quickly, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be able to show our appreciation for all the contributions you've made.
So at this time, because I'm going to be looking for a motion very shortly, and then I'm going to join Mr. Grimes, but is there any public comment on the certificate of recognition? Seeing none, I'm going to bring that back to the board for a motion.
Yeah, Madam Chair, with a lot of enthusiasm, I move that we approve the certificate of recognition for Mick Grimes for his many years of very dedicated and extremely productive service.
I have a motion by Supervisor Rodefer, a second by Supervisor Hanfeld. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Gray absent. Mr. Grimes. Because now I get my chance. And Supervisor Rodefer said it very eloquently, and I will be repeating a few things that Ms. Peterson read, but I think it's worth repeating because when we have volunteers in our community that go just above and beyond and are so dedicated to making Tuolumne County the absolutely wonderful place that it is to live in, I don't think we can say thank you quite enough. And so this is a certificate of recognition from the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors to Mr. Mick Grimes, and we are commending him for his distinguished service as a board member of the California State Railroad Museum Foundation, also as a volunteer at Railtown 1987 since its earliest days, and one of only 2 Tuolumne County representatives to the Foundation Board. Mick has been an asset to the Foundation, an advocate for railroad history preservation, and has had his hand in many successes for Railtown 1897 State Historic Park, including helping to restore the steam locomotive CR No. 3, his crucial influence and determination in fundraising efforts to keep Railtown 1897 State Historic Park open, and spearheading the Business Membership Committee to help enable Railtown 1897 to become self-sustaining. Therefore, on behalf of the residents of Tuolumne County, the Board of Supervisors hereby thanks Mick Grimes for his 3 years of dedicated service as a board member of the California State Railroad Museum Foundation and as a volunteer helping to preserve Railtown 1897 State Historic Park for the public's benefit for many years to come. Thank you so much, Mick.
Thank you, Sherry.
You made a mistake. You gave me a microphone. I just want to thank the board for this appreciation and the fact that we've got that jewel out there that continues to roll, and that it does so much for all of us and what it brings to the county, and helps us continue to believe that this is probably by far one of the finest places there is in the United States to live and work and play. So thanks, appreciate it.
Thank you, Mick. Okay, will the clerk please read item 13?
Consideration of approving the proposed changes to the resident volunteer firefighter program. Mr. Avila.
Good morning, Madam Chair, other board members, county staff. Paul Avila, County Fire. Before we get started, I'd like to make a note that there was a typo on page 4, the board agenda item. Third paragraph, first sentence, incorrect citation. It reads in the board agenda 29 USC section 203.3.4a. It should read 29 USC section 203E4AI. Okay, I'm here to discuss the recruitment and retention grant that we received, also the what we've done with the grant, and some retention ideas we have with the resident program. Tuolumne County Fire Department has 3 programs within it that has to do with the volunteers or explorers. The Explorer program is in conjunction with the Boy Scouts of America. The ages are 14 to 21 years of age. In County Fire, the age group we use is 14 to 18 years of age. It's a pathway to become a Tuolumne County Fire Department volunteer. It provides hands-on training and activities to prepare them in becoming a volunteer or a career firefighter. Captain Dyes out of Station 51 leads up that program and does an outstanding job. We usually have about 10 to 15 high school students, and by the time they turn 18, they're pretty much turnkey to become a volunteer. Then we have our volunteer program. Volunteers must be 18 years of age. They must maintain required certifications, which we provide the training for that. Must attend required monthly trainings. They must respond to 20% of the station calls. Receives a quarterly stipend, and they respond to all types of emergencies and participate in many public events. Then we have our resident firefighter program. The resident firefighter is assigned to one of the 2 county's fire stations, Station 51, Mona Village, or Station 76, Jamestown. They provide supplemental staffing. Currently, they work 2 11-hour shifts per week with a maximum of 8 shifts per month. They're compensated on a 15-minute increment while assigned to emergency calls only. They participate in training, station maintenance, and other duties as required. They basically do the job of a firefighter. These individuals are typically college students. Recruitment and retention of the volunteers. I know we've come before the board before with some presentations. It's been a national decline in volunteerism since the early 2000s. We've seen it locally. I've seen it in many departments I've worked with. In 2014, Tuolumne County accepted the SAFER grant for $543,984. The performance period for this grant is from September 14 to September of 18. The volunteer roster has increased from 37 to 60 active volunteers since September of 2014. And I'd like to emphasize the word active. When I first took the position here, we had probably about 30 folks on our roster. But as far as active, we probably had about 10 active volunteers. Right now, all of our volunteers are active. I mean, some more than others due to work, other commitments, but they're all active and very involved in the community. And right here shows the basically our roster for the volunteers from 2013 to 2017, of March of 2017. And right here is where we started the grant, and you can see the increase. And then the recruitment and retention of resident firefighters. Some issues we've identified is definitely a reduced interest in the resident program. The current maximum compensation is $470 per month. The current approved schedule, no compensation for time spent at the station. Again, they're only compensated in 15-minute increments while assigned to incidents. And the current program is not competitive with neighboring departments. Again, here's just a graph showing the numbers we have. And some of our high points are usually when the college gets out, and then in the springtime, unfortunately, we lose a lot of our residents due to jobs with CAL FIRE, the U.S. Forest Service, other departments, which is a good thing because we're getting these individual jobs. But personally, it's kind of a bad thing because they're very, it's a big benefit to the county and the citizens of Tuolumne County as well. Program comparison. Currently, Tuolumne County Fire Department residents earn $417 per month. Tuolumne City Fire Protection District makes their residents earn $550. Twainhart Community Service District is $600, and Sonora City Fire Department is $650. And this is all per month compensation. The proposed program for the residents that we'd like to discuss is the title would change from resident firefighter to resident volunteer firefighter. The shifts, the current shift is 2 11-hour shifts per week, 8 per month. The proposed program would be 2 24-hour shifts per month, 2 24-hour shifts per week, 8 per month. The benefit of this is we get a lot of individuals from throughout the state that that would be willing to become a resident firefighter. With the 11-hour shifts, it's hard for them to come for 11 hours, and then the rest of the time they're on their own. The stipend program would go from $417 a month to $625 a month. The number of positions would be 6 or as budget allows, and then the budget amount is $45,000. Any questions on that? I worked with Ann Frim in HR. As she worked with outside legal counsel on assuring that we are FLSA compliant. If you have any questions on this section here, Ann would be more than happy to come up here and discuss them. The recruitment and retention update. So far, we've spent $97,000 in stipends, uniforms, station computers. The station computers, we've bought a computer for every volunteer station, as well as printer, set up internet for them, so they're able to do online training, send in monthly logs. In the past, Pinecrest was having to drive down to give us logs or fax them in, so now we're able to give a lot of safety training out. We've sent volunteers to training, numerous trainings throughout the state, and also we brought some instructors into the county. We've been able to amend the grant in order to purchase turnouts, so that's our personal protective equipment, and then advertisement. So some of the accomplishments I'd like to highlight are with this with the R&R grant, we created a water tender driver program. So we're able to reach out into the community and touch some of the talent we have. We have a lot of talented individuals that have Class A driver's license and Class B driver's license that are able to drive our water tenders. They're not required to attend the volunteer academy, but they're still required to have the minimum training, which would be hazmat, confined space, a basic EMS class, and their job is just to drive the water tender to and from the fire and supply water. So the requirement for them and the commitment is a lot less than what it would be for a volunteer. The program's been really receptive. The Class C driver's license with firefighter endorsement is now accepted by CAL FIRE, so it's accepted with the county. That's been a big burden off everybody's shoulders. A lot of individuals do not want a Class A or Class B license, commercial license. It's tough to get. You have to go down into the valley to take the test, and so we could do this in-house. We're still meeting the same requirements, but it's a lot simpler for these individuals. Station 57, Crystal Falls, will be reopening. We have 3 volunteers up there now, a driver operator. Just yesterday, we have another driver operator that's moving into that area. And as soon as our new members feel comfortable enough and we feel comfortable with them, then we'll be reopening the station. Station 78 Groveland has 1 active volunteer, and we have 2 applicants pending. Had a third one, but they dropped out. We're opting to use Station 78 over Smith Station just due to the fact that we have paid staff at Groveland, and we're working with Groveland Community Service District to run them out of there so they have oversight. They have the paid staff to train with them, mentor them. We find it's just a better situation there. And then we've developed the recruitment and retention video. Some of the advertisement you guys in the community might have seen is the recruitment commercial that we're airing on Comcast. The radio advertisements on KVML and KZSQ, my Motherlode webpage, although I couldn't trump Supervisor Royce on his position there, so we're down at the bottom. We currently have a video playing at Regal Cinema, so it'll be playing before every movie in every cinema in the county, or every movie venue in the county, and also out at the concession stand. A Union Democrat and a Yosemite Highway Herald ad. Some of our roadside signs, and also some yard signs we have. Those have been probably one of the most successful ways of recruiting we've had over all these other ones. The fire station recruitment signs, and then also career fair days. The career fair days and face-to-face, one-on-one is by far our best recruitment tool. Just some slideshows of the, some pictures of the, some of the events to Sonora High School Career Day. We made one of these signs for every station. Here's our recruitment sign up on Highway 49. The one on Tuolumne Road. Unfortunately, we share these with CAL FIRE, and this is where we put our prevention signs up, so we've recently taken these down, so I'm looking for some alternative sites where I could put these signs up. Here's a picture of the yard sign. If you need anybody in the community would like a yard sign for their yard, just let me know. We have plenty of them.
The Tuolumne County Fire Department has a number of different programs available for different individuals on how they want to participate.
We're looking for good people who want to do extra to help out their community. So I would encourage anyone who is looking to give back to their community or help out in the process to reach out to us.
If you love excitement and you don't want to sit behind a desk all day and you want to be able to get back to your community, you also want to feel like you're part of the family away from your own home, then is absolutely the best place to work for.
With that concludes the presentation. It is recommended that your board approve the proposed changes to the resident volunteer program. Any questions?
No board questions. Are there any public questions? Public comment?
Members of the board, is this one on? Okay. My name is Larry Crabtree with Miwok Sugar Pine Fire Protection District. We're here today to support the proposal in front of you to make changes and revisions to the County Fire Department's resident program. I personally have been involved in the Fire Explorer. I was the advisor for Explorer Post 955 in San Mateo County. Old timers remember 955 was the 9 code for fires under control. That was a real radio code. And the Explorer Post program that they're running is run all over the nation, and the Fire Explorer is just a dynamic, great recruitment tool. I've seen folks that were 16-year-old Explorer Scouts go on to become deputy chiefs of large urban, rural fire departments, city fire departments, and so forth. And the resident program they're talking about, it's a sad state when they have no residents, no resident firefighters. But moving this direction hopefully will increase that, will change that, modify that. Building the ranks of the county fire department is going to assist and help all the fire departments that the county fire department works with. So it's in our best interest collectively that this program move forward and succeed. Miwok Sugar Pine also has an intern firefighter program that didn't show up on the slide program, but ours is an intern program, and the concept is that we train them, they get on the job experience, they build their resume, and they go off to another fire department. I think that's similar to what CAL FIRE or to County Fire is looking for. The downside to that is it's kind of a revolving door. The upside to it is you get some really energetic, some well-trained, albeit lack of experience, volunteers. But all in all, it's a great program. The cost-benefit analysis can't be beat, and we're here to support it and encourage you to adopt the changes that the County Fire Department is recommending. Thank you.
Hi, I'm back again. My name is Will, and I represent the Elks Lodge. The Elks Lodge supports this also, and the Elks Lodge has a program. It's called a vocational grant. If a certificate is issued, it's up to $2,000 per year for 2 years, repeated. And they have to fill out an Elks application, the vocational grant, and I can give you my email, WC.
I can give it after.
Okay, and it's on the internet, and it's open. There's no deadlines to it. And we did have one for Sonora Fire Department, but it's something that I wasn't aware of. But the Elks will support that if they will fill out a grant. And I might say last year there was 14, and 14, not all firefighters, was 100% approved. And this year we have 14 issued already, again, in waiting for approval. Thank you.
Mr. Royce, I apologize for not wearing my junior building inspector hat today. I forgot. I'm sorry. And Chief Crabtree made me a junior CAL FIRE captain or something, and I forgot that hat too. I'll take a sign. I'll even take more than one and put in my high-risk neighborhood if you want. And my only question is, where's this money coming from? Are you going to reallocate some of this SAFER grant, or is this it's going to come out of my pocket somehow? But
the money for the resident program?
Yes. You want an increase, so where's the money coming from?
The money's coming from within our budget.
So you're just going to reallocate some
Yes.
of your budget things? So you're asking them to do these changes, but you're going to take care of the money?
For instance, for the current year, out of the $43,000, and don't hold me to exact numbers, I think we've only expended approximately $15,000 of that.
Okay.
So we had money from last year to carry over to this line item. Over the last 5 years that I've looked into, we've never have expended all those funds.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'm in support of this.
Thank you. All right, bring it back for any board comment or an action.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the changes to the fire program.
I'll be happy to second. And also thank you for all these efforts. It's very important for the future and the vitality of our departments. And it's nice to see the progress you guys are making. So thank you.
And it's a job training program.
Yeah.
It is.
I'd like to add congratulations on increasing the number of volunteers. We were in a big decline for a long time, and it's nice to see that number turn around.
We're trying. We're not going to stop here. We made a few changes to the grant, so it's sustainable. We didn't want to just offer, dangle a carrot in front of our volunteers' eyes for the next 3 years, 4 years. We need to make it sustainable for years to come. So.
What happens when the grant runs out? 18, you said?
Yes.
What happens?
our advertisement may drop a little bit. Some of the, but the way we've worked the grant out, and it's going to carry a little beyond that. I mean, as far as some of the items we're going to do, and replacement of computers, that's going to have to come on us. But the use of their computers aren't like a normal day-to-day use, so we'll be able to get a longer life out of those. I think we'll be fine.
One last comment, and that is, citizens of Tuolumne County, support your firefighters. Cedar Ridge, in my view, sorry, Larry, is the best supported fire station in the county. They have an auxiliary there that goes out and really works hard for them. They have regular open houses, and I encourage all of the locals to support their local station and in that way and know what's going on. Our firefighters are essential, and we all know that, but we kind of forget about it until there is a need. So I fully support this. Thanks.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Rotifer, a second by Supervisor Royce, with complete concurrence from the board, and would argue with Supervisor Hanfield. I think the city of Sonora has a very fine volunteer force in its midst, but we'll
debate the issue.
With that, and having the final word, I'm going to ask all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Gray absent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and on behalf of all the paid staff and all the volunteers, I'd like to thank you for your support.
Okay. Will the clerk please read item 14?
Consideration of appointing Mark Orlando as the County Veteran Service Officer.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Steve Boyack from the Human Services Agency. The California Military and Veterans Code allows your board to appoint a County Veteran Service Officer who is a veteran to administer aid to local veterans, investigate all related claims, and perform any other veterans-related services as requested by your board. As your board is aware, our longtime VSO Eric Larson retired on December 30, 2016. The recruitment for the VSO position was conducted pursuant to your board's approval of the recommended recruitment plan on January 11, 2017. At the conclusion of the recruitment, your board authorized staff to complete reference checks and enter into a tentative offer for part-time employment to Mark Orlando. Your board, with your board's approval, Mr. Orlando would start as the VSO on May 22nd, 2017, so Monday. And Madam Chair, with your indulgence, I would like to give you a little bit of background on Mr. Orlando, as he cannot be here today. He's tying all his loose ends and completing his employment in Lassen County as we speak. So Mr. Orlando was born in the Bay Area and relocated to the Gold Country as a child. He graduated from Calaveras High School in 1997 and from the United States Coast Guard Academy in 2001 with a degree in marine and environmental science. So Mr. Orlando spent 12 years as a commissioned Coast Guard officer with a tour aboard a Coast Guard cutter, and ultimately realized a lifelong dream to become a military aviator. He flew C-130s. He brings nearly 14 years of operational and management experience, both from the military and civilian communities. He provided direct veteran homeless assistance while he worked for Victory Village Incorporated. He comes to us from serving as the current Veteran Service Officer from Lassen County as of, I believe, tomorrow, and he'll be here Monday. He has made a life out of public service and can think of no better way to continue that passion by serving those who have sacrificed so much and deserve no less than his best effort. Mr. Orlando is currently accredited by the California Department of Veterans Affairs. He currently lives in Amador County with his wife and children. Staff is proposing a salary range of 446, Step E, which is $37,330. That is a .48 FTE at 1,000 hours to be in compliance with Title 38 of the Code of Federal Regulations. So with that, it is great pleasure that staff recommends to your board to appoint Mark Orlando as the County Veteran Service Officer with the compensation package outlined and make his appointment effective May 22nd, 2017.
Thank you, Mr. Boyack. Is there any board questions? Is there any public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
Madam Chair, I would like to enthusiastically move on staff recommendation.
Second.
So I have an enthusiastic motion from Supervisor Rutherford. I believe an enthusiastic second from Supervisor Hanfeld. And all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Gray absent. Enthusiastically.
Thank you very much.
Carries 4-0. Thank you. We look forward to finish that. All right. Will the clerk please read item 15?
Enthusiastically, consideration of establishing wage ranges for relief recreation classification in accordance with the California minimum wage increases.
Ms. Frem.
Good morning, Ann Fremd, Human Resources Risk Manager. Not sure how exciting this one's going to be, but I'll try my best. Before you is a consideration for increasing range adjustments for the relief recreation classifications. As your board is aware, the state of California has implemented minimum wage increases, and on January 1st of this year, minimum wage went up to $10.50 an hour. January 1st of next year, minimum wage goes to $11 per hour, and then it increases $1 per hour every year until 2022, when minimum wage will be $15 an hour.
And the county will be broke.
Absolutely. During labor negotiations, minimum wage impacts were included in our memorandums of understanding. However, these are unrepresented classifications that do not live in any MOU, so we have to deal with them outside of labor negotiations. As with other positions in the county, we look at internal alignment, and we address pay consistency amongst the classifications to ensure that people with higher levels of responsibility are paid in accordance with that. And additionally, we also looked at what is the lowest pay range as of January 1st, 2017, and have proposed adjusting current pay ranges for fiscal year 16-17, obviously to bring them up to the minimum wage, and also to look at internal alignment, which we would use in future years to establish pay ranges through the minimum wage increase of January 21st, 2022. Obviously, there is a cost to this that is outlined in the charts that are attached, but it should be noted that the initial realignment for this year, there's a cost of $15,650. And each year after that, it goes up between $12,000 up to almost $59,000. Of course, costing is done on full staffing, every position, every program still running, and of course that may change as years go out depending on budgetary constraints. So on the chart that's attached where we recommend the internal alignments effective for fiscal year 16-17, and then the ranges as they go out through 22. It's recommended your board adopt this recommendation and establish these pay ranges for these positions.
Are there any questions? Supervisor Rutherford?
I just assume all of this is already folded into the numbers we're going to be talking about this afternoon. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Is there any public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Rutherford, a second by Supervisor Royce. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Gray absent.
Thank you.
Will the clerk please read item 16?
Consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Service Act, Article 14, Section 8630C, due to pervasive tree mortality.
Good morning, Ethan.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the board. Ethan Billigmeyer, Tuolumne County Office of Emergency Services. Just as a general update for tree mortality, the Merrill Road project is about 50% done. Logs on the Ferretti Road project are being hauled to the wood yard. That project is almost complete. Tree marking is beginning on Middle Camp and on Confidence Road. And right of entry permits are being sent out to Big Hill and Twain-Hart Drive. And as far as the CSA, SRA projects, 2 of those projects are almost ready to be marked for tree removal. And the private property projects are ROEs, about 1,200 of those are being sent out this week. So we're making very good progress. I made contact with the CCC yesterday, and we were able to secure them from June to October of 2016 to help us do a debris cleanup around our project areas so we can make sure that all of our projects look very neat and orderly when we're done doing the tree removal in there. They are fully funded, so there is no county cost to that. They're actually paid through CAL FIRE SRA dollars that Chief Pemlot set aside for that. So there will be no cost to the county. It's, I think, approximately about $240,000 worth of labor that we'll be getting out of them from June to October. So it's going to be very advantageous for us because as of right now, we are using the CAL FIRE baseline conservation camp crews, which they're doing a phenomenal job. However, we are moving pretty quickly now with our projects. We're in a very good groove, and they are having difficulty keeping up with us, and also we know that we're probably going to have a difficult time keeping them busy during fire season when they need to be pulled off for other duties. So getting the CCC in will be really good for us because we'll be able to keep up our level of work and also keep up with the cleanup. And so they will most likely be camping down at Moccasin Point and then dispatched up to our projects. They work in what they call 8-day spikes. So it's 8 days on and then 6 days off. And like I said, they are fully funded. They come ready with all the equipment. We are going to be able to hopefully allow them to use the chipper that was bought through, I believe it was CARB funding, through the Air Pollution Control Board. They have a Vermeer 1500 chipper. It's a pull-behind chipper, pretty large chipper that was purchased through CARB funding. So the CCC are trained to use that type of equipment, and we can allow them to use that. So that'll be a good use of that piece of machinery, which is currently out at our, I believe it's out at our road yards right now. And as a update, we are actually hosting it's kind of a 3-tiered community workshop on Thursday, May 18th here at the board chamber starting at 4 p.m. That workshop is going to focus on the conditions of our roads, fire prevention, excuse me, and also tree mortality. So that's going to be a public community forum. Ms. Riggs is passing around flyers for that right now. So we'll be talking about tree mortality. Residents will be able to get questions answered. There'll be literature, documentation, handouts. They'll also hear about current road conditions from our road staff, the Forest Service, Hetch Hetchy Water and Power, and the Bureau of Land Management, so that people can make sure that they remain safe while they're traveling around out there in the forest this summer. And we know that there are going to be roads that are going to remain impacted throughout the summer. So we just want to make sure that people know which roads are accessible, which ones aren't, and what timelines are. So with that, I'm here to answer any questions regarding tree mortality that you may have.
Are there any questions? I would encourage people to attend the forum. Again, that's going to be on May 18th at 4 p.m. In the Board of Supervisors chambers.
That is correct.
Unfortunately, I will be at CSAC in Sacramento and won't be able to attend, but there will be a lot of good information and departments will be represented. So, again, I would really encourage the public to attend that. With no board questions, is there any public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
Comment. Madam Chairman, we had a nice winter in terms of, we got moisture, but the trees haven't recovered, and the bark beetle is out there already. This is not going away. So, pay attention. Ethan's got job security, I hate to say.
Yeah, we've gotten reports from our local foresters in CAL FIRE that they're already seeing the beetles start to fly around.
I know. I got that yesterday. That's why I wanted to make that comment.
Yeah,
we're back into active season.
We are.
That's what I'm, So with that, I'll move that we adopt the resolution continuing the local state of emergency for pervasive tree mortality.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Hanfield, second by Supervisor Rotifer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Gray absent. Will the clerk please read item 17?
Consideration of approving staff direction on administration of the CAL FIRE State Responsibility Area for Tree Mortality Grant.
Ms. Riggs.
Okay, good morning. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. So the item before you is one that we've brought a few times. As your board is aware, our county was awarded approximately $2.4 million in the CAL FIRE State Responsibility Area grants that are targeted for tree removal. Hazard tree removal for tree mortality. So over the last few months, staff has been working on a couple of different alternatives as directed by your board. One of those was to research a way in which there could be a homeowner share of cost in removal of the trees. And as a result, we looked at that. We also looked at where we are with budget constraints, and so we looked at doing a loan program that would allow homeowners, if they could not afford to make the entire share of cost up front, they could do a payment program over a period of 24 months. And as you know, we worked with auditor, controller, and the treasurer, tax collector, and county council in ways that we could possibly make that work. Then I also had worked on a proposal that was submitted to the Sonora Area Foundation, and then Supervisor Hanvelt and I also met with RCRC and submitted that same proposal asking that they might cover that homeowner share of cost portion, which the request to both of those was at approximately $250,000 to get that started. Upon further research, after all of the information was submitted to County Council, was that the county does not have the authority to accept a loan or to provide a loan program to homeowners. And I'm just looking over at County Council if there's anything you want to add. There is a memo in here from Chris who did the research for you if you wanted more specific details, and Chris is here. Do you have any, before we move on to the next alternative, do you have any questions related to that before we move on? No? Okay. So with that in mind, what we did is we started looking at how could we run the program where essentially there would not be a share of cost. And as I've spoke with some of you, the idea was that if homeowners could have a share of costs, you wanted to be able to ensure that if they could not pay it all at once, that they were allowed to make the payment and we would not just bypass them. With that being in mind that we're not going to be able to do that, staff's recommendation is that we would do a full payment for the cost to remove hazard trees on private property. On the third page of your memo, there is where we gave some prior board direction in which you had agreed upon. So it says on private property, we would only mark trees that were within striking distance of a habitable structure. Originally, we said there'd be a cap of $10,000 per parcel. You'll see I struck out the areas related to a homeowner share of cost. We talk about our programs do always remove the logs and all the woody debris. Sometimes that is in the form of chipping and putting it back onto the landscape, but we do not walk away and leave all of the mess there for the homeowners. And that, again, homeowners would sign a right of entry. County Council has already drafted that right of entry. Those have already been sent out to both over 1,200 for private property, and we have a little over 500 that have been sent out for those non-county maintained roads. And then again, the project development would be based on approved zones within that grant structure. So with that being said, there's no doubt that if there is no homeowner share of cost, the grant funds will be expended much more quickly. So one alternative staff came up with for you to consider is, rather than doing $10,000 per parcel, we could look at maybe doing $5,000 per parcel, and it would take those funds just a little bit further. The average cost per tree, including staff time, project coordinator time, is $800 per tree. A little bit lower than what we first anticipated, but we are kind of thinking that these trees could be a little more expensive. They're right near homes. They're the back of homes. We think there'll be more crane work, which could take us back up to that $1,000 per tree. The point is, even if you were to reduce that per parcel amount from $10,000 to $5,000, that would still be 5 trees that could be removed per parcel at no cost to homeowners. So we are back here today asking your direction on how would you like us for final administration of this grant so that we can begin moving forward and developing projects.
Board questions? Is there any public comment? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for discussion.
Well, I think we're kind of lowering it from 10 to 5. We're kind of backing into the homeowner's share of cost. We're just so, but by the same token, I think that giving a lot of people or more people, pardon me, a little bit of help is possibly a better solution than giving fewer people a little bit more help in terms of spreading the dollars around. I don't know how my colleagues feel about it, but I think it's better to help more people and, ease the burden than it is maybe to eliminate the burden for a fewer.
I generally agree with you. I'm just kind of disappointed we couldn't find a way to be a little more, how shall I say, productive in how we did this, so that they could get more work done with a little help. But this is we got to get with this program and get this thing done. There's an urgency to get it on the ground, so I'm going to support the $5,000 number.
Madam Chair, just one thing, just a quick reminder for you and for anyone listening and homeowners who will participate in this program. As has already taken place, homeowners do have the option when contractors are on their property to negotiate a side contract with that contractor while they're there. And that has happened already. And from what I've been told by homeowners and the contractors is they are offered a reduced rate because the contractor is already there, they're already mobilized, and they can go ahead and, say, remove the additional 2 or 3 trees. So homeowners are encouraged, if they have more than what the grant would cover and they're able to financially take care of it, that would be the time for them to approach that contractor and ask if there's a way they can negotiate a contract directly with them outside of the grant.
No, I appreciate that. Because, again, unfortunately, I think when we're going to get into some of these zones, the impacts are going to be significantly greater. We know that as we go up the hill, the tree density increases. Mm-hmm. And so I have very serious concerns about the ability for some of those homeowners that just simply have a density that's different in a different landscape. Yeah. But currently we're here. I would like to continue, though. I think you will continue to, if we hear of any opportunity for low interest loans from other. We see it in other areas of state government. With some of the solar subsidies, mm-hmm. some program. If something evolves, that we would definitely be making that information available. I have every confidence that you'll be doing that. but as of right now and where we're at today, unfortunately, this is the circumstance. So with that, again, I think I asked for public comment. Is there any public comment? All right. Do I have an action?
Well, I would move that we direct staff to work in the direction of reducing it from 10,000 to 5,000 and proceed as there been otherwise been previously directed. Is that, do we need a motion, or you just want staff direction on it?
Staff direction.
Okay.
Okay. So
That would be,
staff direction, I believe we have consensus.
that would be my recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Will the clerk please read item 18?
Consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Section 86C, 30C, due to drought conditions.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ethan Billigmeyer, Tuolumne County Office of Emergency Services. The drought situation is, we are kind of on pins and needles with this. As I reported last meeting, the governor had issued the proclamation ending the drought, and in one of the items there, he had had directed the end of the CDA program on June 30th, which basically was the end of the water tank program. However, since then, we have received a very very short and not very detailed email from Cal OES, basically saying that there is now discussion that the drought program, the water tank program, will now go past the June 30th mark. We don't have, the frustrating part is we don't have a lot of information from Cal OES on this. They are supposed to be releasing guidance to us within the next 30 days that is going to outline how this program is going to work. But what we have been told in the interim is that it will most likely be a grant-based program. There will be no share of cost to the county, but the county will have to will have to apply for a grant to extend the program past the June 30th mark. The program will not allow for new wells or new tanks to be added. So it'll be 1 year from I believe from June 30th, and the goal of that would be extra time for those counties that are still experiencing difficulties with their groundwater to further assist residents in getting permanent fixes to their wells. And so we know in Tuolumne County that's sometimes very difficult because we don't have public water that runs in all of the areas up here. So sometimes if the residents don't have access to say TUD pipeline that runs near their home, their only option is to either drill a new well or deepen a well. So there's some issues that need to be further explored with this, and I wish I had more answers for your board this morning on this, but we are kind of waiting for direction from Cal OES because we still don't know what's going to go on with the tanks, et cetera, if we can sell them and how much. So that's what we know as of this morning. On to better news, the pipeline project is complete. We actually have 2 residents that are already connected out there to the TD pipeline. Other residents are going to be connecting very soon. We are still very much working towards getting that CDBG grant. I've reached out to the CDBG contractor, Terry Cox. However, unfortunately, I was not able to get a hold of her this morning to find out what the latest is on that. I know CDBG has received our application, and I believe the last information from Ms. Cox was that it was being looked at favorably. Is that correct? Preliminarily approved. And the final thing is that there is I was contacted by Ed Hogue, our facilities manager, regarding connecting the Stent Courthouse to the the Stent School, not the courthouse, to the pipeline that's out there, and that would cost approximately $12,000. The school did not qualify for the the grant program that was out there because it is not a residence and it's not occupied full time. So we weren't able to get that project on or get that the schoolhouse onto the project. However, the pipeline does run right in front of the school, and we would be able to connect if your board felt that advantageous. So with that, I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, with regard to this grant program, my understanding is that would be administered through the county as opposed to the grant that we were using that was going through ATCA. Just clarify that.
That is what I understand as well. Yes,
Okay.
more than likely, ATCAR would not be would no longer be administering the program. The county would take over full administration of that program. That is
Okay,
correct.
and then assuming, since we don't know everything, but assuming that grant program would be a one-year grant, okay, would it necessitate us staying in and I know it's political cosmetics, but would it necessitate us staying in a state of emergency for another year?
So actually, Mr. Pedro and I just discussed this with Dana Ellis, who is our Owens now, who is our OES representative. We asked that related to not just this one, but also to even floods. We know tree mortality, it's still happening, it's still in process, where the other two have kind of been deemed kind of the period of danger is over. So she's going to look into that for us. She didn't have an answer. What we'd been directed before was as long as we were applying for funding, we needed to keep that proclamation going. She was going to kick it up to their legal, but she did just let us know that we should not expect a quick answer, that would have to go through their legal, and they don't always move as quickly as our own does.
Was that an offhanded compliment to?
Let me point out.
I was going to make a comment
I'm
about
sorry.
any time you deal with lawyers, it takes
I
them
couldn't
out of time.
resist that
'cause
one, but we are very fortunate here.
They bill by the hour, you know. Okay, and then I'll just make a comment as far as the ultimate conclusion of this, whether it's this year or next year or whatever. And this is really for public consumption. And it's, there's going to be some people out there that it's going to be an expensive proposition for them to get back into water self-sufficiency, okay? I've drilled a well in the last few years. I know what it costs. And I really sympathize, maybe empathize with them. But the reality is if you live on a well, there's always the risk that your well could go dry. And honestly, Cal OES has been a wonderful partner for the county, and our staff has really worked very, very hard to make sure that we can squeeze every dime out of Sacramento that we can. And Sacramento has been pretty much forthcoming for us. And so there are going to be some people that it's going to be expensive for, but anytime you're on a well, again, it can go dry, and you would have that situation. So I just ask your indulgence if you're one of those people, and we'll do the very best that we can to help you, but that's about the extent of what we can do.
Mr. Pedro?
Oh, go ahead.
Supervisor Rutherford, I was going to point out to you that the governor ended the state of drought for most counties, did not end it for Tuolumne County. So
I understand.
The governor agrees we're still in a state of drought.
I understand. But my concern is, again, it's political cosmetics, I know, but at some point you get to the point where you look kind of funny in a drought emergency. And I understand that we have some very special circumstances, and the governor understands that, and I appreciate the governor having that understanding and helping us. And I want to continue to help our people as much as possible for as long as possible. But ultimately, D-Day is going to come, and there's going to be a limit to how much we can do.
Mr. Pedro?
So, Madam Chair, I just wanted to add or amplify what Ethan said. I asked him to mention the water line going past Dent School. That well is dead. It'd never be cheaper than it is today to connect on. We don't have that budgeted. There's savings in other cost centers that we could pull from. We could talk about that this afternoon when we talk about the mid-year, but I wanted to frame that because the water line is there, so if this would never be cheaper than to do it now.
Yeah. Thank you for that reminder. At some point, too, I think there's another dynamic to this that we have been aware of, but it needs to be part of this conversation, and that is that some of these wells could have been low performing prior to the drought. And so Supervisor Rotifer, this gets at your point a little bit. There will be a point in time where other solutions are going to have to be found. Again, I'm hopeful that we're going to be a partner in that, but we have to recognize that we had some low-performing wells in the county prior to the drought, and I guess I would like to see at some point some thresholds. As we move through this, I don't want to be 1 year from now, if we are successful in getting a grant, I don't want to be sitting here 1 year from now, a month before the grant is over, wondering what we're going to do for some of those wells that where, drilling a new well may not be the answer. Yeah. It may be finding some additional storage capacity that, again, it's going to be a multitude of solutions. Mm-hmm. There's not going to be a one-size-fits-all here. Yeah. So I would just caution us to remember that as we move forward. Is there any public comment? All right, I'll bring it back to the board.
Move on staff recommendation continuing the state of emergency due to drought.
Second.
Motion from Supervisor Rotifer, a second from Supervisor Royce. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Gray absent. Let's take item 18 so that staff can get back, and then, 19, and then we can take a quick break.
Consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Section 8630C, due to severe weather and flooding.
Ethan?
Okay, so sorry, I wasn't
Sorry.
sure if you had a further. Right, no, I know. So the item before us is for the flooding proclamation. And real quick, I just want to go over the review, and then we will get to the presentation. As outlined in your board memo, on April 11th and May 3rd, county staff, including OES and roads, did meet with FEMA, and what that is called is your project kickoff. They're calling it something else. I think it's called scoping meeting now. But what that does is it gives us, from that first date, we have 60 days in which we can add to that list of projects. So staff continue to watch anything else that may change. But right now we have an approximately $7.75 million, and that number is changing as staff continues to work out their engineering work is completed. The total cost for that is approximately $339,000, and we are working with staff in getting that better honed in on what would be completed, say, for the 17-18 budget. So, real quick, a reminder, the handouts that we gave you, and Ethan mentioned it earlier, both the CRA staff, road staff, engineering, and OES staff did host a meeting in which we had U.S. Forest Service, we had TID there, we had Caltrans, a whole series of different groups of agencies that have roads within our county. Some major concerns. One of the ones that was shared with us that day was there was a barricade put up, and I can't remember the road. Tanya probably would remember. Someone on a motorcycle bypassed that road, and they ended up dropping down. I think it was about an 8-foot drop for a period of time, and the person on the motorcycle had to be metaflighted out of the county. This was the reason the Forest Service did approach us and ask David Gonzalez if his staff and all of us would be willing to coordinate a public forum. That was what Ethan was discussing. Now, what we forgot to mention was that there are two. There's one this week on May 18th, starts at 4 o'clock in the board chambers. There is another one in Groveland next week, and I believe that's the 23rd at 4 o'clock at the Groveland Community Hall. I'm just going to make sure we mention both of those. And with that being said, we will step out of the way so we can get to your presentation.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the board. Tanya Allen, Supervising Engineer of the CRA. So just to give a brief summary and understanding, we have three storm events that have occurred, and I've tried to capture these in this presentation. I've labeled them as what FEMA labels them, just to keep it clear in our heads, because we are numbers people. So moving forward. In our first event, which was from January 3rd to January 12th, we had 10 projects listed. All those projects ranged from loss of roadway embankment, failed culverts, and pavement failures, and downed trees and debris. Marsh's Flat Road, also known as Kelly Grade, is a steep, narrow road traversing the edge of a ravine near the Moccasin community. There's approximately a 250 feet drop from off the road level down to the seasonal creek with no guardrail. The road is closed until further repairs can be made. And as you can see, there's the mouse. We have boulders that also slid down, as well as the loss of the roadway embankment here. Kewen Mill Road is the collector roadway providing access to Cedar Ridge. It is the main ingress and egress to approximately 296 residents beyond the 5-mile creek crossing. The culvert assembly is a combination of a cast-in-place box culvert onto which a corrugated metal pipe extension has been added and surrounded by earth and fill to widen the road. As a temporary measure during the storms, the county contracted to install a 2-lane bridge structure over the creek crossing until the county can work in the channel to replace the culvert. So what you see here, this is actually the water line that burst. The roadway washed out. It washed the CMP a good 100 feet down the stream. And then this is TUD doing emergency repairs. And then our installation of a temporary bridge. And just quickly, this is what it looks like when there was no flow. This is at high flows. And this is the box culvert, which you could see is coming out of the sides as well. And above it is our temporary bridge during the storm. So Italian Bar Road received damage in 6 locations. I don't know if you can quite see this. It starts down here. We have the road closed currently, where the pavement ends. We have location 1, 2, 3, 4. I believe you have location 5, which is where we have the road closed, and then all the way over here in the Twain Hart side, location 6. So as you're looking at this map, you can see that Italian Bar is a roadway that's narrow, mostly 1 lane wide with a gravel road on a cut on the steep slope of the ravine of the South Fork of the Stanislaus River. It provides roadway access to approximately 110 residents in the Jupiter area. It can be accessed from Columbia and from Twain Hart. The roadway embankment and some width of the travel way of the road itself require stabilization and an engineered wall system and reconstruction of the roadway in these different locations. So in location 1, we hired Holdridge and Cole, our geotechnical engineers, to determine the stability of the slopes and provide recommendations for passage and repair. At both locations 1 and 2, the failure appears to be a translational slide with limited depth and length. And you can kind of see right here where that slide is occurring. At location 3, 110 feet in length of the outer 4 to 6 feet of roadway failed due to the result of debris flow, which was activated by the erosion at the toe of the slope from the south fork of the Stanislaus River. I'm losing my mouse. There we are. So as the debris came through here, it activated that toe, and we lost 4 to 6 feet of the roadway, in which you see here we only have about 15 feet of passage through there. At location 4, the previous 1990s repair with a gabion wall held, and the remaining 40 feet in length gave way. Do we have a laser at all? There we go. I just keep losing my mouse. Okay, so this is the existing gabion wall here, and then just in front of it, we lost the roadway there. Thank you, Alicia. Oh, you have to hold it. Okay. So at location 5, still the translational slide with the limited depth. I drew a red line on here. It's very hard to see. You also have one here. And our concerns of why we have this closed at this location is because we are limited to less than 9 feet at this location, which we don't find as safe passage. And then on the Twainhart side, which we're calling the east side, we lost 5 feet of roadway here, and then this goes down to an old, I believe it's an old fire road next to the river. So at Little Fuller is a collector street providing direct access between Brentwood Park and Twainhart. The 72-inch corrugated steel pipe culvert crossing at Sullivan Creek has sunken, indicating that pipe failure, with the pipe impeding failure of the structural integrity of the roadway above it. And what you can see here, what happened, there's actually kind of a kink in the pipe as well as an openness in the pipe, which water was running through, very turbulent, washing out below. As this is embedded in these rocks, it's sinking, causing this area of failure at the outlet. And I can't remember how many times our road crews came back and just kept adding, patching and patching and patching to make it a smooth ride until it just kept going. Other locations, Woodham Carn and Old Highway 120 had water infiltration under the pipe, causing the pipe to float. Woodham Carn received a temporary repair, and Old Highway 120 was replaced. Both require additional inlet and outlet protection. On LaGrange Road, this is near the intersection of Highway 108, had turbulent flow that jumped the wall and eroded the roadway fill behind the head wall. This area of work has been completed, and as you can see, this is where it eroded out. This is LaGrange Road right here, and we came back and filled in with material. Tuolumne Road North serves as a major collector between the Tuolumne town site and the community of Twainhart. 2 4-foot deep sinkholes under the travelway opened during the storm just past the intersection of Ponderosa Hills and further east near Knox Road, undermining the asphalt and the southbound lane in both locations. And I have a little movie I just want to show you. This is kind of the area of hole. You can see Dave has been superior at chasing these storms with our road crews, who's sitting next to me. And we put in 6-inch minus as well as aggregate based, and then came back on a lot of these locations with cold patch because the plant wasn't open, and then we will come back under our FEMA projects with permanent repair of hot mix. But Mike Cognetti was able to capture a video and what was happening when they started digging out the pavement here, this is actually water running through it. So I have a video of it. I just want to, show you. And bear with us. We're road crews and engineers with no public relations, so I learned that you do video hamburger style and not hot dog style. So we're all sideways here. But you can see how the roadway, water is just running underneath the pavement, and this is predominant in most of our regions. So as I said, many locations throughout the county, water was retained under the pavement, causing a pumping action with vibrations from the vehicles, which increase with the increase in very intense stormwater runoff over the already weathered asphalt pavements has necessitated numerous pavement patches throughout the county to maintain passable roadways after the storm event. So I believe this is fall view. The water came pumping through the pavement, upheaving a lot of this alligator cracking. You have some over here. I believe this is Golf Links Road, just trying to fill in those ones that kept popping out. You also have this one right here, and I think this one is Red Hills, but there is a larger one too in these shadows. So now we're on the second event. That was just our first event in the first 2 weeks. Remember, we have 3. So we had 7 projects listed from January 19th to January 25th. Same things that you're seeing: pavement failure, failed culverts, and lost way of roadway embankment. Rock River Road is a local road providing access to the ranches of the southern west region of Tuolumne County. Although Rock River Road has a very low ADT, many of the vehicles traveling it has heavy loads of livestock. The city and county of San Francisco Hetch Hetchy Water System also operates a water treatment facility. You have Brooks Ranch and a few other family and homesteads that have access off of Rock River Road. The 2 corrugated steel pipes have been jeopardized by the intensity of the storm flows crossing under the roadway, and sinkholes behind the head wall cause needs of emergency repair to the roadway for safe passage. As we were running through these storms and working with FEMA, we kind of collectively gathered multiple little projects as one, so we called it the All Division Minor Repairs Project, if you look at our project work lists. But what we wanted to do was just kind of capture in the second event all the pavement failures that we received, as well as this one here on Italian Bar Road. This car or this vehicle got stuck, and road crews came back and filled in with gravel in order to make it passable. Middle Camp Road serves as a minor collector that connects the north side of Twain Harte to the Cedar Ridge area. And at the east edge of the roadway, a 12-inch diameter corrugated steel culvert pipe was blocked with debris and sediment during the storm, which is right here, not allowing flow in the cross culvert, and subsequently water traversed over the roadway. This water continuously flowed along the western edge, eroding the soils and the edge of pavement. So the culvert is actually down here, and during that storm event, you had sheet flow going across, running across along this edge, and eroding out the edge and taking some of the pavement. Confidence Road near Cedar Springs Road. Heavy rains oversaturated an approximately 50-foot by 30-foot high slope above Confidence Road. During and immediately after the storm event, all 3 county road division crews were kept busy around the clock, clearing fallen trees and landside debris from the county roadways to keep the roads open and safe. This right here, I believe, is on Black Oak. Tree fell down. A great story if you want to talk to Mike Cognetti about the driver who just missed this tree, as well as some other tree debris, and I believe, I don't know where that one is. Moving on to the third event, this one actually is what really got us. There's 22 projects. Still the same things that you're seeing: pavement failure, culvert failure, roadway landslides, and a couple sinkholes in our storm drain systems. As well as we had some damage to our antennas and radio equipment too. This is off of Evergreen Road. Evergreen Road is a local road providing a direct route of access to the city and county of San Francisco Hetch Hetchy Reservoir, Camp Mather, the Yosemite National Park, and the Evergreen Lodge Resort. On February 14th, it was reported that a landslide had impacted the roadway, taking with it several pine trees formerly growing on the slope. A direct buried AT&T telephone cable is also involved in the slide and is at risk. Road crews have been continuously cleaning the slide due to the slow creep and saturated slope soils down on the roadway. Our geotech, Holdridge and Cole, investigated the slide with a drone to see this full extent. So just to kind of give you a capture, looking above, you have a slide and take to consideration, this is the old Highway 120 that was relinquished back in the 1960s, and it actually has 3 tiers of this. So this is just the lower tier that you're seeing, but we don't have pictures of the upper 3. Very same translational slides coming down with these cracks. And from the ground view, this is what you'll see. As you can see, the trees were horizontal here as the slide came down, encroaching. If you ever remember that movie, The Blob, it's kind of like that. It just kept creeping. And then, of course, this is on the first tier, all these translational cracks. Excuse me. We had multiple pavement failures in this event. A lot of these are requiring dig-outs. County crews have captured some of the repairs, and some remaining will be contracted out upon the approval and environmental document through FEMA. So this is Hillsdale that you see. I believe this is Twist Road. That's Twist Road, I think. We also had some pavement failure on Evergreen Road. In the beginning of April, heavy rains oversaturated the roadway in 3 locations along Evergreen Road near Diamond O Campground and Evergreen Lodge, compromising the roadway structure and causing total pavement failure at the surface. The asphalt base and sub-base materials needed to be excavated out and replaced with new materials to allow through access for vehicles. One location warranted an addition of a cross culvert to alleviate the water at the low point due to embankment saturation. The road was closed on April 7 to begin repairs. So this is kind of that oversaturated. All these embankments here, completely saturated, just kept seeping out water as well as under the roadway. So when repairs became underway, county crews needed assistance when the roadway pavement was removed and the subbase became like quicksand. And you can kind of see what this muck really looked like. Nearish and Sons were contracted out to repair the roadway, in which the subgrade was so oversaturated that equipment got stuck and required additional rock and a larger excavator. So this is the smaller excavator that just completely sank into this muck. The contractor brought in large boulders to place in the saturated material. We had, and if you can look at this is your load. We had 25 loads of 3 to 4 foot diameter boulders that were placed in 3 layers equating to 12 feet below the roadway surface. So as you can see, I just stood in front of there. Here's the excavator placing the rock, pushing the rock in, and it just keeps sinking. So there's 3 layers of those boulders in order to stabilize that roadway. In addition to our pavement failure, we had some flooding occurred. Heavy rainfall on February 7th caused localized flooding along Q and Mill between Comstock Ranch and Big Hill Road, necessitating a temporary road closure and a detour route using traffic control and law enforcement. So there's Q and Mill. And then also heavy rainfall on the 16th of February caused localized flooding across Parrott's Ferry Road near Union Hill, necessitating a temporary road closure and detour route using traffic control. Road crews were able to pump down the pond water and reopen the road. So as you can see, I've lightened these pictures. These actually went into the night, and I've lightened them so you can kind of see what's going on, and then as well as bringing it back down to a passable. So I have a little bit bigger number, and as we're working with FEMA, our costs continue to grow. We haven't fully assessed the slide on Evergreen Road. We're still working with our geotech to be able to finish that work up, as well as on Marsh's Flat, which is our 2 significant slides, if you recall. But for the 3 events, I've summarized our project list sheets, and our damage still keeps popping up. As we did another tour with FEMA and just kind of seeing what's going on, some pavement patching keeps popping up, and even our road crews are still working on other areas. I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
Are there any questions? Supervisor Rodeford?
Just a comment, well, 2 comments. One is, in the process of fixing roads, we've also been tearing up some roads. Lake Tulloch Road is a good example where they were bringing the rocks out for Evergreen Road, and that got torn up because of the heavy truck activity that was on it. And I know there's other places that we've contributed to some increased road damage trying to fix other roads. That's going to continue. But the real comment that I wanted to make is that I'm very impressed with not just what we've had to do on an emergency basis, but the fact that we continue to patch potholes throughout the county on our daily little cycles running through there. Our roads people are doing a phenomenal job. I know they're working extra hard, and I would just, as I do when I get phone calls, and anybody that wants to drive by my house can take a look at the road right in front of my house, and quite frankly, I don't want it fixed. I kind of like having that torn up, but please be indulgent and have some patience, because the task is huge. The resources to address the tasks are limited, and we are doing our very, very best. And I want to thank the road crews that are out there doing all of the repair and everything, and the contractors that are working with us. So thank you very much.
Any other questions? Comment?
Yeah. First thing, similar to Carl, I just want to thank you for all the work that you guys do. You have an extremely difficult job that I could imagine could be very frustrating, trying to meet the demands that are just unachievable based on the resources that we have for you. So thank you for your persistence and just your ability to keep fighting the fight. Couple things I just want to highlight, and you talked about them a little bit. One of the things I know that is a huge problem. We focus a lot on pavement and surface condition and so forth. I think, as you highlighted in some of these slides, the drainage and the subgrade is even more important in the long-term health of our road system, because of the fact that a road gets soft because it gets wet, because the water is no longer being directed away from that road, and then you put weight on it and it just destroys it, and that's where you get the big potholes and big blowouts. I know in the past when we had more resources and we had more people, more troops on the ground to go out and maintain our road system, there was a lot more of an effort to do ditching and culvert maintenance and all those things. I don't know if it's something that maybe at the state level it's not discussed as much, or what it is, but it just seems like it kind of goes missed a lot of times. And I know you guys know this because you're technical folks and you understand the mechanical aspects of our road system, but funding and the policy levels at the state level, I think, need to have more focus upon that. So I just want to highlight that and just help everybody understand that is listening, that doesn't really know a lot about roads. I think that's something that we can do, is just try to shine more light on the need for that, and I think it would help us in the long term reduce that liability of our road system failing. The other thing, Carl talked about it, and he mentioned the fact that there's a lot of impact that is applied to our road system in trying to just maintain the road system in a lot of these failures that we've had. Additionally, the tree mortality, I've gotten a lot of calls from people that there's been damage done, and there's not a lot you can do about it. I mean, when you bring a crane and these big trucks in with equipment, and you put them to work on these roads that are, once again, the drainages aren't adequate and the pavement is poor condition, you're going to see damage to those roadways, and that's all kind of obvious point for you guys. The reason I bring it up, I'm curious if we can help, and this is for you, Tracy, probably, and your team, is in some of the tree mortality stuff, and same thing, beat that drum. Our roadways are getting damaged heavily from all of this traffic, this work that's being done, especially the small local roads, which is a huge portion of our overall mileage on our road system. Those have been neglected for so many years. You look at the pavement index on those, and they're basically gravel roads. I mean, they're very bad shape. So having the resources to deal with that is difficult. So any opportunities that you can see to tie those things together would be helpful. Thank you guys again.
Tanya, I have a question. I read in the memo that you have 60 days from the kickoff to identify additional loss. Is my understanding correct that we have 1 year to get these fixes in place?
I'm going to leave that to Tracy. We've been working with FEMA. There's a lot of projects that we are trying to do within this next year. Obviously, all of our pavement failure and our culverts we would like to get done in the dry season of all the seasonal creeks.
That gets at my question, is when does the clock start ticking? I mean, are they different? Is it based on the storm events?
Right. The clock is
and
ticking.
The winter.
And we have 18 months. But however, we are allowed to do a request to extend that time once we know. So once Tanya says, and there are some roads I know you're working on that maybe we'll get through the engineering part and the environmental part, but it's then going to take us past the paving season. Then as soon as we know that, she can give me a timeline. We make a request. You may remember we did something similar for the solid waste when we had that. It was that the side of the hill was compromised, and we were able to get request an extension on that as well. So we're able to get it as soon as we know it. What we do is we give them a timeline with goals and let them know when we think we'll accomplish. And that goes straight to Cal OES. They can give that to us and grant it right away. But as soon as we know it, we submit it, and then they will come out and look at it with us. So we do have the ability to get at least one extension.
Okay.
Can I make just one comment too on Royce's comment? I want the public to understand, he makes a very good point. A lot of your pavement damage comes from not having proper drainage, and that goes along with ditching. And a typical ditching operation requires 9 people on a crew to do it in accordance to be safe. And so we're working with 6 to 7 man crews on 610 miles of road. And that's just one operation, remember.
Madam Chair, members of the board, David Gonzalez, your Community Resource Agency Director, and I want to just cover quickly what we were trying to do to get the additional staffing. As you saw me run out of here one day when we had an opportunity for an additional grant for temporary staff from Tuolumne County Employment Agency, I believe is. Was Motherlode? Okay. Sorry about that. Still learning all the names of opportunities. So we are working with them to try to get some additional members for our staff for just exactly what you're talking about. It's all the ditching. It's the labor side that it is so intensive, and for safety reasons, we have to have a large number. I was saying 10, but apparently it's 9. But anyway, you can see that we can't do that without having additional staff. Hopefully that'll come through. We've asked for 5 more people per crew, which is 15 people. If we get that, we'll be able to do that type of thing that'll prevent next year from this happening. It's my big concern is we have 30 or 40 projects now. If we don't get to some of those, we'll have that multiplied again and again, and we'll never get to our capital projects, which you'll hear in our CAO's budget message. It affected our capital projects and revenue. And so we're doing our best to balance that out, trying to make sure we keep these emergency projects forward, trying to be creative and get more resources. But as you'd mentioned, I have some of the best staff that you could ask for. They can only do so much. And I appreciate the comments. It's not for us. I want them to hear that so they understand that the hard work is being recognized, not just from you, but from the public. We're doing our best. We are waiting for releases of approvals before we can sign contracts to go forward on these. So we are a little hesitant to start popping contracts out there that obligate us for literally $8+ million. So we are cautiously moving forward. At some point we are going to pull the pin on that, but I'm used to seeing E76s or something that says, hey, your money is guaranteed to come back to you. So we're a little cautious. Tanya and I are working with Tracy and that team trying to do that. But just wanted to let you know all the things we're trying to work on, and that just say thank you for recognizing that team's hard work. And we'll do our best. We don't like failure. But as you can see, like on Evergreen Road, once you open these things up, you have no idea what you're getting into some of these. That was truly something I've never seen in my life. So anyway, thank you for the support.
Looking for all those grant opportunities, because again, this is going to take everything we can throw at it. Any other board questions?
No questions. I just want to again thank the crew.
Thank you.
Is there any
enough, but big job.
Any public comment? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board.
Madam Chair, I have just one comment. Don't be afraid to use us, and if you need some help getting some funding. Okay, sometimes we can kick down a door that staff can't. Thanks.
Madam Chairman, I'll move on staff recommendation here to continue the local state of emergency.
Second.
A motion from Supervisor Hanfeld, second from Supervisor Rotifer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Supervisor Gray absent. Thank you very much for that report. We have an 11 o'clock closed session item, so I would like the clerk to please read that. And yes.
Okay. So 11 o'clock is closed session, conference of legal counsel, initiation of litigation authority, government code section 549569D4. 2 cases. and also conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Authority Government Code Section 549569D1, Tuolumne County Citizens of Responsible Growth versus County of Tuolumne et al., Tuolumne County Superior Court Case Number CV 60793, and conference with labor negotiators Craig Pedro and Ann Fremd, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units.
Is there any public comment on the closed item?
Please say hello to my friend for me. And then I would just like to point out there's been kind of a lot of nastiness out in the media towards some of the people who filed a lawsuit. And I know there have been a lot of comments, but people usually file lawsuits because they get mad or they feel like they're not listened to. And sometimes there can be win-win solutions in spite of lawsuits. So I would just ask you to be cognizant of that. And I was sitting in this room when you invited up a CEQA attorney, and he reiterated, I don't know how many times, how important public input was on some of these processes. And he pointed out that whenever there is a controversial project, you should just do the CEQA. And then your butt's covered. So thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Any other comment? All right, we will recess to closed session and reconvene here at 1:30.
Are you going to take a little bit of a break?
We
or
will take a 5-minute
5-minute break, okay.
Yes. Okay. We are back from closed session, and we are, I am reporting out our 11 a.m. appointment, closed section, item B. Supervisor Hanfield moved and Supervisor Rotifer seconded, and by a vote of 5-0, teleconference roll call vote, Brennan, aye. Hanfield, aye. Royce, aye. Gray, aye. Rotifer, aye. The board approved the county council to defend the county in the matter of Tuolumne County Citizens for Responsible Growth Incorporated versus the County of Tuolumne Superior Court Case Number CV 60793, which seeks judicial review under the California Environmental Quality Act of the board's decision on the Stone Mill Center, and the board approved tendering defense of the matter to Golden State Landholding, LLC, pursuant to the April 4th, 2017 indemnification agreement. The Board of Supervisors went into closed session to discuss the Citizens for Fair Representation lawsuit filed against the California Secretary of State, Alex Padilla. The local citizens involved in this lawsuit requested that the matter of the county joining in the lawsuit as a plaintiff be tabled at this time. This board will honor the plaintiff's request and will monitor the progress of the litigation. That is the closed session report out. Will the clerk please read our first 1:30 appointment?
This is a public hearing to consider adopting a resolution to become the Tuolumne County Groundwater Sustainability Agency.
Ms. Peterson.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members. Liz Peterson, County Administrator's Office. I'm here today to discuss the potential for forming the Tuolumne Groundwater Sustainability Agency. As you are aware, in September of 2014, Governor Brown signed into law the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, or SGMA as it's otherwise known, requiring groundwater basins to be managed in a manner that does not cause undesirable results, such as significant or unreasonable depletion of groundwater supply, degradation of groundwater quality, or a reduction in groundwater storage. SGMA also requires that medium and high priority groundwater basins within the state of California be managed by a groundwater sustainability by June 30th, 2017. The Modesto subbasin, which is a subbasin of the larger San Joaquin River Basin, or groundwater basin, I should say, has been deemed a high priority groundwater basin by the Department of Water Resources. Staff was contacted in March by the Department of Water Resources that there are portions of the Modesto subbasin that fall within Tuolumne County's jurisdiction. I know that there was some debate, maybe is the word, or just some not solid proof, we could say, that the groundwater basin was in Tuolumne County, but nevertheless, Department of Water Resources says that there is. So for now, we have to go with that. So having said that, under SGMA, yet again, any county is presumed to be the groundwater sustainability agency for any portions of a subbasin that fall within its jurisdiction if there are no other agencies who are currently managing the groundwater. There are, like I mentioned, of the Modesto subbasin that's in Tuolumne County, that's about 1,000 acres of about a 250,000 acre subbasin. As you can see in the map that I attached in your packet, just kind of for reference, it just falls within the border of the Stanislaus and Tuolumne County lines, and there's what we're calling fingers, maybe, that sort of weave in and out of our county. The remainder of the Modesto subbasin is currently managed by what's called, it's a JPA called the Stanislaus and Tuolumne Rivers Groundwater Basin Association Groundwater Sustainability Agency. So that JPA is made up of the cities of Modesto, Oakdale, Riverbank, and Waterford, the county of Stanislaus, and the Modesto and Oakdale irrigation districts. The requirements for becoming a groundwater sustainability agency means that we would be required to develop a groundwater sustainability plan by January 31st of 2022. We have some time because the Modesto subbasin is not considered critically overdrafted like some of the other subbasins are. So that's a good thing. If your board chooses to officially opt out of becoming the Groundwater Sustainability Agency, then that would allow the State Water Resources Control Board to come in to have the authority to impose groundwater extraction reporting requirements and some fees within the subbasin, as well as they would be the ones to assume the responsibility for plan development for just those portions that are in Tuolumne County of the Modesto subbasin. Again, as you can see in the map, it's difficult to see when the map is printed out, but if you can scroll in the PDF there, that county GIS staff created that map. There's about 95 parcels of land in Tuolumne County that either have the basin that overlay right over the basin or are within a half mile or so of kind of a buffer zone. So we're not talking about a lot of property owners, but nevertheless, we sent a letter to all of those property owners just informing them of what's required under SGMA and the steps that we would be taking and what we would be bringing to your board today. And we have... we will be considering their interests as is required in SGMA. I wanted to pass out to you this is a list of the required interested parties that, the interested parties that we are required to consider, I guess is the word. This is what we plan on submitting to the Department of Water Resources should your board choose to become the Tuolumne Groundwater Sustainability Agency. And the nice thing is, because we're only dealing with 95 parcels, not even property owners, but parcels, where many property owners own multiple parcels. Things like domestic well owners, there's about 18 wells or so that we've identified in all of those 95 parcels. So it'll be fairly easy to work with these property owners as we move forward on plan development, again, should your board choose to become the Groundwater Sustainability Agency. Moving forward, I'll return to your board at a later date. Again, we have until January 2022 to develop a plan, but I will return to your board for some specific direction on what you would like to see done. There's kind of three main options. We can apply for a boundary basin modification with Department of Water Resources in the next 6 months or so. The only issue with that is that we have to provide science that shows that there is indeed no groundwater basin within the county, and so then we would be able to modify the groundwater basin as DWR has set it. So that's something to consider of what resources that would require. The second option is that we can enter into like a memorandum of understanding with the GSA that's currently managing the rest of the Modesto subbasin. I have already reached out to them preliminarily, and they are supportive of that idea. So Tuolumne County could join with the County of Stanislaus, the cities of Oakdale, Waterford, Modesto, and Riverbank, and Modesto and Oakdale irrigation districts, and we can partner with them in plan development. The last option that you have is that we can, here at the county, can develop our own separate groundwater sustainability plan for those 1,000 acres. That's an option. It's not DWR's first choice or priority or plan that they would like to see move forward, but it certainly is an option for us. Okay, so I am here today requesting that your board adopt the attached resolution to become the Tuolumne Groundwater Sustainability Agency, and I'm here if you have any questions.
Any board questions? Any public comment? Oh, I'm sorry. This is a public hearing. My apologies. Okay. There were no board questions. I'm going to open the public hearing at 1:42. Is there anyone that would like to speak in favor of adoption of this resolution? Anyone that would like to speak against adoption of this resolution? Anyone that would like to speak neutrally?
Well, since you made it a public hearing, how much is this going to cost? If we become part of it or let the state do it, I think you said. So what is this going to cost me?
Well, initially, if we become the Groundwater Sustainability Agency, it's not going to cost us anything. In the future, with plan development, that's when the costs could incur, but it depends on what the board chooses to do. If we partner with the Modesto folks or the Tuolumne Stanislaus Rivers Groundwater Basin Association, then we can utilize their resources as much as ours in plan development. If we choose to make our own plan, that's going to cost staff time, resources, possibly consultant resources, so it sort of depends on what the board chooses to do. For now, it doesn't cost anything.
I think that's a valid question, and it has cost our neighboring counties a tremendous amount of money to do these water basin plans, and they're still in the process of doing that. With this, originally when we first heard about Sigma, our foothill counties were kind of, we're not involved in that, we're fractured rock. We all anticipated at the time that there would come DWR would expand this and it would start including our counties also. In my mind, the cost is really going to come as this encroaches farther into the county. And I have no confidence that that will not happen. I believe there will be a point in time where this will expand farther into the county, and we don't want to be out of the process in my mind. Mr. Rotifer?
Yeah, I think with all respect to our public member and her question, which is a very good question, there's another question that also needs to be answered, and that is, what is the cost to our citizens if we don't do this? Okay? Because then we will be subject to whatever groundwater regulatory actions are taken by the state. The way the Groundwater Sustainability Management Act is written, it basically gives local entities the option of either doing their own groundwater sustainability management plan or living under one-size-fits-all state guidelines. And likely those guidelines are going to be tailored to areas that don't have a groundwater system, anything like what we have up here. And the regulations in terms of requiring well monitoring and a whole bunch of other things would put an undue financial burden on our citizens. So I think that question is as equally germane as your question. So with no upfront investment in this process other than the time it took us to do some research and everything, I think it just postures us to help our citizens out going forward.
And I agree with that. Supervisor Hanfeld.
Yeah, I'd like to echo that, but I promise you, if we don't manage our own fate, someone will manage it for us, and I'm afraid it will be more costly. At least we can have our arms around that to some extent and manage those costs, and so I think it's pretty important. I'll move in favor of adoption of the resolution.
So before we go there, yes, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak neutrally? All right, seeing none, I will close the public hearing at 1:46 and bring it back to the board.
Second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Hanfeld, a second from Supervisor Rotifer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Gray absent. Will the clerk please read our second 1:30 appointment?
Consideration of adopting the fiscal year 2016-17 year-end budget review with all associated budgetary adjustments.
Mr. Pedro.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm getting some handouts from Supervisor Hanvelt. Thank you, Randy, for doing that. But let me just launch into the year-end report, and for the most part, this is positive in the sense that our funds are doing better, generally due to lower than expected. Even though despite we having lower than expected revenues, expenses are notably lower, as well. So that's left most of our funds in better position than what we had thought they might be earlier in the year. In your governmental funds, your general fund, very notably, and that's been a lot of the focus of both the year-end work and the budget work to this point, has improved by just under $1.3 million, and that's due to a combination of improved revenues, and thank the Auditor Controller for some extra time and looking at our revenues as close as she could. Savings in some of the major departments such as facilities, some in probation, some at the Regional Juvenile Center, and in CRA, to mention a few. The road fund is projected to end the year with a negative fund balance of $390,000. That's a decrease of $492 from the mid-year estimates. And the major thing, we talked about this earlier in the year, is that because of the storms that set in January and February, and then the response of the staff to that work, they have not been able to focus on the delivery of the road capital projects that are reimbursable to the administrative part of that fund, and that's causing a problem within the road fund. They're necessarily having to work on the storm work, but that's affecting the revenues to the road maintenance fund. And I mentioned that under the road capital fund, and we're going to end up with a big ending balance, and that's just indicating we're not able to advance those projects at this time in deference to the storm work. And as we just discussed this morning, that's really important because the clock is ticking. We have 18 months to get onto those projects and get them completed unless we can justify an extension for all or some subpart of those. The fire fund is expected the end of the year with a positive balance of $308,000, and we'll talk about things like contingencies in a moment. But in general, just due to a variety of expense reductions primarily. And all three of the Human Service Agency funds are also expected to end the year with positive balances, and those are listed in the middle of page 2. Again, I'm just going to scoot right through these, but a lot of that has to do with some increases in realignment revenues. In the capital fund, an ending balance is currently estimated at just under $210,000. There are three things I wanted to touch upon. First, the law and justice projects themselves. The Regional Juvenile Center and the Justice Center Drive and utility extension work is coming to an end. But as we've discussed in some prior reports, that there are going to be some cost. There are some cost increases through change orders that we're incurring on both projects. There's also some costs that are still at question. I'll just mention one. Our project management firm for the Regional Juvenile Center, it's under discussion right now. We had a not-to-exceed contract with them. They are seeking additional services because of the extraordinary time that the project has gone forward. There are allowances that have been made for things like that in the capital budget. I just hope that is sufficient to resolve issues like that. Like in the in the juvenile project, they're just the final. There's two change orders that are pending, and then that contract I was just mentioning. In the case of the road extension, utility extension project, there still were some rock issues of a different nature than under the juvenile that are at question, and we've got engineers who are debating those points right now, and that could be a cause for an overage on that project. But these are just things that are open questions right now. We have people that are working on them, but those things happen as you come to an end of the project. The good news is both those projects one is done with some just very final finish-up stuff in the juvenile center, and in the case of the infrastructure work, that should be done by the end of June, and we will close those projects down. And in the future, when we talk about construction at the Law and Justice campus, we'll be focused exclusively on the new jail looking forward. That will definitely simplify our management out there. Instead of 3 projects at once, we'll have just the one. As we come to the end of the year, I know that the auditor controller and I will need to come to you and in all the financial plans that we've talked about for things that happen on the Law and Justice Center. While we've been able to go pay as you go through most of this, we did have a small borrowing that we did on the land, which should be resolving, being paid off here in the next 2-3 years. But now we have some share of cost on the juvenile project, on the infrastructure project, and upcoming on the jail. And that cost per those plans is going to be carried primarily through borrowing. And at this point, that's been done more as a cash flow charge for loaning cash on a short-term basis. But now we're getting into it fairly substantially at the end of this year. We're estimating that we'll need to establish a longer-term note of some sort at around $3.3 million as we get into the jail project, which we still hope to get going this summer. That could cause that borrowing to grow to a total, not an additional, a total of about $10 million, and then in the third year, when we finish the jail project, again, this is a cumulative amount, not an additional amount. It should top out around $13.5 million. And that's pretty consistent with what we've said, from the beginning, on these. But instead of just talking about it, now we're going to actually have to come to you with some instruments to make this. It's not just a cash flow loan. It's actually a longer-term note. And that's per the financial plan that we've discussed in the past. So that's something that Deb and I will need to sit down and figure out and bring to you, but that'll need to happen in June, at least for that initial one. So wanted to bring that to your attention. And it's per plan, per budget, but it's time to do it. There is an opportunity in the capital fund, and that there's some unused property acquisition funding that's in the capital fund. It was $180,000 your board set aside to acquire some property to use for parking next to the old TGMF campus. We are no longer pursuing that, and that's money that could be pulled back into the general fund and used for other purposes. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Now, those fund balance numbers that I gave you before assume that we would spend out our contingencies, but at this point we don't think we're going to do that. So on page 3, you'll see a chart that takes the projected balance, adds back the contingency, which will roll to fund balance, and then you see an adjusted ending balance for primarily those are governmental funds. Actually, these are all governmental funds in here, so you can see adjusted ending balances. So like that negative balance in the road fund would be reduced because of the contingency, which would be deobligated, will drop from about $390,000 to about $186,000, ending negative balance. It is important to note that in the general funds, a number of a little over $1.6 million embedded in there is an estimate of about $340,000 of carryover. This is from carryover money from tree mortality that originated as a canceled reserve, and it was applied for tree mortality as match in this year's budget. Anything unused, we're tracking this carefully so it gets reapplied consistently for tree mortality. So if you take that away, that $340,000 away from the $1.6 million total, that means you're going to have about $1.3 million available for general uses in the coming year. Again, protecting that tree mortality money. But the good news is this is still an improvement of about $923,000 over the mid-year numbers, and that's great. And I just remind the board that that the first call into our budget policies would be to reestablish our contingencies using that money with the balance going towards some type of one-time use. But again, that's up to your board as well. In the enterprise funds, we're only calling out 2 issues. One is a small shortfall in the Pine Mountain Lake Airport Fund. That can easily be addressed by reducing transfers between the 2 airports because there's a positive balance in Columbia. In the ambulance fund, it's calling for a shortfall of about $73,000. It's a combination of reduced ground emergency medical transportation services, or GMT Medi-Cal reimbursements, and also some increased system expenses. This can easily be addressed with the fund's contingencies. In the internal service funds, the only one we wanted to call out to your attention is in the leave liability fund. We've just had a higher occurrence of retirements than we originally estimated, so we need to do something budgetarily to recognize that. And so we do need to take some kind of action today, to officially increase the appropriation for leave cash outs, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. So that's your fund overviews. So not bad, nothing. Better news in the general fund. Road fund, wish that could resolve itself, but we have a problem that needs to be addressed there. In your general revenues, it just lists out some of the increases that were put into this year-end estimate, everything from a little higher property transfer tax, sales tax, TOT, And PILT, that's really good news. One of the legislative priorities of the board was getting PILT renewed, and that did get into continuing resolutions in Congress. And not only did they continue it, but they increased it by 3%, which was really good news that they would increase it. So we put that, the base of PILT was already in the budget. This is a 3% on that base. And there's also a pass-through of some vehicle license fine realignment revenues that come into the general fund and have to be transferred out dollar for dollar just as part of the realignment program. As far as things that need action in this year-end review, there's not a lot. They're much more straightforward than what we had to deal with in the mid-year review. The Treasurer Tax Collector needs a slight augmentation of about $3,100 for increased SQL Server licensing costs, and that was required as part of the property tax system upgrade. In the Economic Development and Promotion Cost Center, since our TOT is being increased, we likewise need to increase the allocation to the Tuolumne County Visitors Bureau per that 25% combination of agreement and policy. And Sheriff's Communication, due primarily to overtime and communication costs, they will need an augmentation of about $37,000. In there, in the jail, again, just regular salaries, overtime, group insurance will necessitate, increased costs in those areas would necessitate an increase of about $89,000 in the jail. And then transfers out, I just mentioned, we'll need to take an action to recognize the revenue and then transfer the realignment money, recognize the $128,000 and change. Recognize the revenue and recognize increase the appropriation to transfer out. And there's some charts in the middle of page 5 that just talk about that. It outlines each of those cost centers' problems. And then for the general fund solutions, just to keep it simple, put the full $150,000 TOT increase in there. Went ahead and balanced the rest through some salary savings in the sheriff coroner unit, and then that general revenue and realignment revenue that would be needed to support the increase and transfer out over to social services. I do want to pause just to acknowledge that we could have, if we scraped a lot of different line items, we could have scraped enough out of other sheriff cost centers in order to cover the overages and the communications in jail. Just wanted to give acknowledgement that there is savings in other parts of the sheriff's budget where he could have, if we took that approach, we could have reduced appropriations in some other aspects of the sheriff's cost centers, and then filled the problem or resolved the problem in sheriff communications in jail. But just for simplicity of budget action, it's all general fund dollars. Chose to do it this way. I just wanted to mention. Other governmental fund actions. Again, the road fund problem mentioned it's about $186,000 negative. I wanted to give your board some options here. You could just direct myself and the CRA director to go back and work together just to figure this out and come back at your next meeting and have it resolved. You could proceed in authorizing the reduction in, say, general fund contingencies and increased transfers to the road fund, and just go ahead and resolve that now. You can instruct the CIO, CRA director to reevaluate year-end estimates, initiate reasonable cost savings actions over the next few weeks, and bring the matter back at your next meeting as well. Talking with Mr. Gonzalez, they're working really hard to find ways to generate additional income, but it means doing other work, non-storm damage related work in some cases, in order to bring in money into the road fund. He can do that, but then he's not going to get get the storm damage work accomplished. So you might want to wait on this. You could wait, and we could come back June 6th and see if we have a better gauge on that. Or the other option would be just to go ahead and try to resolve the $186,000 problem or a hunk of it today. Just wanted to give you some options of how to approach that. And And did want to just mention, we talked about secure rural schools in this memo, but as your board now knows, secure rural schools, the best intel that we have, is not going to get approved, at least to cover this current fiscal year that we're dealing with. If there is a renewal or reauthorization of secure schools, it'll be wrapped into a different type of bill with a broader outlook than just secure rural schools reauthorization. But if that happens, it's probably not going to help us this fiscal year, perhaps in 17-18, but who knows, when that'll happen. So that hope, I think, is pretty well dashed. So just wanted to mention that. There's also some moving on to your county behavioral health housing fund. There's a small issue both in the regular behavioral health housing cost center, about a $10,000 problem occurring in there, but you could use MHSA administrative revenues to resolve that. And then in your Cabrini house cost center, again, about a $16,000 problem that could be resolved with an increase in transfers from the main behavioral health fund. And then the next fund that we talk about is behavioral health, and it's just recognizing, the things that need to be done. There could be cost savings that could be garnered from physician medical fees. We could reduce appropriations in that line and increase the transfers out to the housing fund to take care of that problem. And in the capital fund, actually, I don't think there's a whole lot more I need to say there at this time. I think I would just mention that we do, if we do indeed go over on the on either the juvenile line item or the infrastructure line item, which we call Law and Justice Center, we may just take some of that appropriation. What I would want to do, and I'm disclosing it here, I would be putting forth a budget transfer from savings that we're having in the jail project, just because it's slowed down right now. We could just move appropriations with no harm to the jail project to technically cover any overage in juvenile and in the infrastructure project without affecting the ending balance of the capital fund. So it's pretty much the same. Borrowing is less than what we budgeted, so hopefully that would be fine. In the enterprise fund, I already mentioned how we would resolve the small problem between the two airport funds. Ambulance, I've already mentioned what we could do there. Same thing with leave liability. I do want to point out there was two minor things that Debbie brought to our attention. Our IRWIM dues went up by $501. So just saying we should address that. And then there's an opportunity in a grant the Archives received. I think it was in the newspaper and all saw it, the $12,000 from the Sonora Area Foundation, and should technically go ahead. So this is additional. Recognize that $12,000 in grant funds and increase appropriations to cover the expenditure of the grant. And the $501, the recommendation was to actually take a little bit more out of that one sheriff line item, just to cover that. And that's what's reflected in the accounting sheet that was passed down the dais. Now, at the very end of this memo, I just mentioned opportunities to transfer. Mentioned in light of the governor's May revise and the county's most recent multi-year budget, staff is considering a recommendation that would have your board approve transfers or realignment dollars amongst the three Human Service Agency funds. If you can only make those transfers, within. You have to do it each fiscal year. You can't go back and, I wish I transferred that last year, and you can't go back in time. If you want to take advantage and move money, say, from the mental health fund to the public health fund or social services to mental health or whatever, you need to do it before you end the year. This is more of just a heads up. Would like to spend some time with Ann Connolly and looking at that and come back to you on June 6th with a recommendation of what makes the most sense. there, but most assuredly, I'm pretty sure we'll be coming back and asking the board to go ahead and allow that transfer between funds to position us, put the money where it's most going to be needed in the future. So that's just a heads up. Moving on, in order to preserve the best options or options for the best use of the general fund, your board is being asked to consider, and we don't have to do this today, but we'd have to do it before the end of the fiscal year if we were going to do it. You could pull back money from, say, the fire fund. You've got a surplus in there, right now. You transferred $450,000 from the general fund to the fire fund this year. You could pull that back and then reallocate that as part of next year's budget. Having said that, I also know that one of the reasons you have the balance that's in there is that the chief has allowed a delay in the purchase of some equipment they've been wanting, like replacement engines and so forth. And I just passed down the dais a listing of just some of their equipment needs. I don't want to belabor the point, but Paul is here today if you wanted to talk about that. But they have a number of equipment needs, not just engines, but just regular equipment that they have not been pursuing, and partly because they're keeping an eye on their operating budget, which I appreciate, but you can't go without replacing equipment, particularly safety equipment, like that, forever. So again, that's something that your board could consider. From where I sit, I think we'd be best served by just leaving the money there, because they certainly have more than enough needs to replace some of their safety vehicles. But again, that's a decision for your board. You certainly can move the capital money back, the $180,000. If you did, we could bring it. We could bring that back in, add it back, say, to your contingencies, or we can just wait right now and have David and I come back on June 6th, and maybe then we could go ahead and talk about whether that's needed to resolve the issues they're having in the road fund. It seems to be a pretty good fit. He's got about $186,000 problem. There's about $180,000 in capital excess, that you could use. So on that one, it might be better served. He was talking to me as early as this morning about some things he's working on. Maybe give him a couple more weeks to work on that, and maybe that'd be if he still needs the money, that seems to make sense. That'd be a good place to go to get it. So with that, that is your year-end budget report. The attachments, these are the financial actions that your board would be taking. This has been revised to include those two items, again, that Debbie brought to our attention, and I believe Tracy and Debbie have gone through those together. Are there any questions?
Are there any board questions? Okay. This time I'd like to ask if there's any public comment.
Well, I remember, I don't know if it was January or before that, we had a discussion about a lot of legal services getting farmed out, and I don't remember the name of the firm, but they were hired to review like the general plan and some other things so that we could avoid getting sued. And now, less than an hour ago, we're now in a lawsuit. So nobody makes money with lawsuits except the lawyers. So I'm kind of concerned about where are we on that budget item, because it was, the last time I asked, I thought it was about $150,000.
That item I think you're referring to is our outside counsel for the general plan, and
okay.
That is
separate from the
suit. From the lawsuit. That's trying to position ourselves so that we're in a better position going forward than we are currently. And the lawsuit that we have is a result of the fact that we're still dealing with an older general plan. So we're trying to fix the problem,
okay.
And they're separate.
But it's still costing.
Yeah, everything costs money.
A lot of money. And this lawsuit isn't. Everybody needs to sit in a room, hammer it out, what everybody can live with, and make it go away. Because
Well,
otherwise, it's just going to cost us all a bundle of money.
the county is indemnified on that lawsuit. So it will cost us some staff time, but we will get reimbursed for that.
Okay.
And the proponent is responsible for defending the lawsuit. Is that correct, County Counsel?
Yeah, I can just speak to that, correct. So we tendered the defense, that's what your board authorized today, to the developer who has retained counsel who will be working on the lawsuit, and any staff time or resources will then be reimbursed by the developer. And that's all pursuant to the indemnification agreement the developer signed prior to your board taking action on that item.
Thank you for the clarification. Is there any other public comment? All right, I'm going to bring it back to the board.
I will move on adopting the fiscal year 16-17 year-end budget review with all of the associated budgetary adjustments.
And just to be clear, we're not going to move any of the capital fund at this time or the fire fund at this time. We'll talk about that again on the 6th.
That would be my preference, yeah.
I have a motion from Supervisor Rotifer, a second from Supervisor Royce. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Gray absent. Will the clerk please read our third 1:30 appointment?
This is a presentation of the status of the fiscal year 2017-2018 recommended budget, consideration of directing staff on changes to the general strategies being used to develop same.
Okay,
Mr. Pedro.
Madam Chair. First, I'm just going to mention that there's an amended version of the memo that was sent down the dais. You know, there was a mistake in that the wrong numbers got picked up on two of your charts, exhibits B and C. Those were corrected, and a couple lines were deleted from the memo. And it's all based upon just having calculations on the sheets were not correct due to having the wrong beginning balance, on them. So moving forward with this report, I always want to go back and say that a budget is a process. It starts from even as early as we have your board retreat when we talk about what the needs and priorities of this board are, and then we've developed a multi-year budget process where we look out into the future. It used to be 5 years. This year we shortened it up to a three-year look out. And just to give an idea, where are we going, in the county's finances, and how can we meet within those finances? How can we meet the board's goals and priorities within same? And as part of that multi-year budget forecast, we then use that to inform what strategies does this board want to employ to build its annual budget. So back on April 4th, after considering this year's multi-year forecast, you gave general direction to my office to go ahead and begin constructing the budget using our budgeting system. You gave us some initial steps that we were to take before coming back to you today, to tell you, okay, Mr. Pedro, so what did those initial steps garner by way of numbers, and then today we could get further direction from your board for the next steps. There is some good news on page 1 that yes, we went ahead and developed that budget using our budgeting system. We had encouraged and continue to encourage departments to curtail all unnecessary spending, and we still have a year-end hiring freeze that's in place with common sense exceptions. And I think those actions, plus some of those new revenues that I spoke about earlier, garnering you a higher fund balance. So that was a good call and good work on the part of the department heads. That part, worked. Under legislative action, your board that's also met with some success. Mentioned the PILT, funding that's allowed us not only to increase, revenues in the current year budget, but also especially the way the vote went down, much more confidence to have PILT in next year's budget. Secure rural schools, while the bill's been introduced, I'd already talked about that earlier. If something gets passed, it'll be passed later in the year. We hope for at least next fiscal year, later in this calendar year, hopefully for next fiscal year. The SB1 transportation funding package was approved. Right, wrong, or indifferent, it's been approved, and it is going to provide substantial funding for a road fund, which is really good news from that standpoint. In the governor's May revise that we all just got last week and participated in calls, really good news. At least in the next 2 years, actions called for in the governor's budget, and with this governor, probably about I'd say 95% of what he puts in that May revise happens. But for the first couple years into the future, basically we're going to dodge a bullet as far as our increase in share of costs for IHSS. But in the third year going out, those costs begin to escalate again. And in the words of the CSAC staff, both state and local representatives realize that this program is unsustainable, both for local government, county government, but also for the state when you get out in those third, fourth, and fifth years. So something's going to have to happen additionally in the future from Sacramento for anybody to afford IHS moving forward. But we did dodge a bullet. That's going to save us between $500,000 to $700,000 each of the next 2 years in that program. But we're going to have to stay diligent. And I know, all the counties have been screaming about it. Our representation with CSAC, RCRC, and so forth, we've been pounding on it, and it garnered results. So that was really good news. The last bullet under the in this category on page 2, we don't have to worry about. I've been advised that the potential increase in our CMSP costs is not going to happen. So that's the bottom line. So you do not have to worry about that one. But based on some initial information we'd received, it indicated we might have to eat an increase of as much as $893,000 in next fiscal year. But that is not going to happen. So what are all the results of all of this? As things stand right now, there's only 2 governmental funds that really are indicating a problem. One is the general fund at $3.9 million, and the road fund at $266,000. 186 of that 266 is just a carryover from the 16-17 year. If when we take some action to make sure that that doesn't happen, that'll substantially reduce the road fund problem. What actions we take in 16-17 to eliminate that $186,000 problem will reduce that 266 commensurately. That gets it to a workable number. Then you're talking only about $80,000 going into next year. The general fund again started at a shortfall of about $5.5 million, but due to some increased revenues and some specific expense reductions, we were able to bring that number down to $3.9 million, and from there it gets tough. We'll continue that discussion in a moment. In the road fund, again, I've already talked about that, so I don't want to belabor that. Fire fund we've talked about. In the health fund, the CMSP cost will not be an issue. But health fund in the future, per a multi-year forecast, will be an issue once we open up the additional beds, particularly with our new jail. But that's going to be like 3 years from now. That's just because the increased cost of the health care of those inmates currently is coming out of the health fund, and the health fund won't be able to handle that 3 years from now. So that's a problem coming, but not here today. So starting on page 3, it's like, okay, so what do we do? The big focus of attention in this document is on the general fund. And, the problem is now sized at about $3.9 million. There's 3 major ways that you can go about looking at this. One is you could go down the path of applying one-time fixes to minimize labor and service cuts. Some examples here would be to not follow our board budget policies and reduce our contingencies, which technically, when you calc them out, should be about $1.3 million. Right now, there's $1 million that's in this working draft budget. That could be dropped. Pick a number. I just mentioned you could drop it to $500,000. You could use one-time fund balances to support operational costs without any limitation. Something we've talked about and made as a one-time policy in the past would be to support ourselves to support operational costs up to 1% of the general fund budget, which means we could take one-time money up to, say, $758,000 and not feel so bad about it because the risk of that money not recurring has been greatly reduced. You could do that, or you could also direct further reductions be made in our internal mandated service charges that are intended to properly fund our internal service funds like workers' compensation and liability insurance. And we have done each of these kinds of things at different times in different ways, over the years. Picking up with the direction you gave me back in April, we would be looking at one, reducing cost of existing labor as currently allowed in MOUs and or through a new round of bargaining. You could consider that. Or you could reduce cost permanently in accordance with the board's call for creatively streamlining and reorganization departments, organizations, and budget and operational functions and budgets. After mentioning these options, I just put a caution in here, that given our over-reliance on one-time funding to support ongoing operational expense is one of the big reasons that we're in the problem we are today. Staff would strongly encourage the board not to lead its balancing efforts with the use of one-time fixes. This is as close to a structural problem as I've seen since I've been here, and just want to encourage you, don't lead with using one-time fixes to resolve this budget. And I've just mentioned, and I'm saying it back to you guys, I've heard the board members themselves and department heads alike state that the actions we take today should place the county in the best possible position for the future. We have to look out into the future, not just today, but this calls for following your budget policies that are designed to do just that. So it's a plug to just stay the course with your budget policies. So as I'm sitting here today, what would I recommend to your board to attack the remaining $3.9 million problem that we have in our general fund? Just following an admonition from talking to bargaining groups in the past, if you've got a problem, before you even think about coming to talk to us, are you using the tools that we've already given you in the MOUs? We do have the ability to use a 5-day furlough. That's already been bargained into our agreements. We can certainly do that, and that would garner about $312,000 in savings in the coming year. Just to say, that's not something you don't do year after year after year indefinitely. That's kind of a patch, unto itself, but it is a tool that's been given to us by our bargaining groups. Secondly, you can direct general fund departments to prepare modified budgets utilizing a model developed by past boards to generate reduction targets. Those targets can be met by either increased revenues or decreased expenses. With priority given, and the priority is in the form of a lower reduction target than other departments for public safety and revenue generating departments. And what the board is, past boards have said that everyone needs to participate when you got a problem like this, regardless of who you are, where you're at in the organization. But we feel strongly about our public safety departments, our revenue generating departments, and we'll ask them to do about 25% less proportionately than any of the other departments. And that's kind of what this says, but that also shifts that additional cost or target expense to the other departments. So Exhibit D is an example of what these reduction targets would look like, assuming an overall target of about $3.6 million. And how do you get to the $3.6 million? You take the 3.9, you subtract out savings from the 5-day furlough, and that gets you to about, and I'm rounding these numbers to about $3.6 million. And we would start departments working on those revised budgets immediately. Actually, if your board, whatever direction your board gives today, I would ask the departments to come back a week from now with their numbers. So that'd be, the following Tuesday. So what would that be? The 23rd, with either increased revenues or decreased expenses that meet whatever target your board may assign for them. And then I would need at least 2 or 3 days to put that together, compile it, make sure there's no errors in it and whatnot, to figure out what does that mean, how close does that get us to resolving our problem. While we're working on that and getting prepared to come back to your board on June 6th, your board finance committee would get together and look at some of those budget submissions and try to discern, what alternatives might you have to do that a little differently. Looking at the priorities of departments, the priorities of the board, and also trying to meet the goal of the $3.6 million. And your finance committee could look at those things, and I believe the way everyone's schedules work out, it's actually the week of Memorial Day before the committee could convene. And we would, get that done by the end of the week and have the committee's recommendations for the full board to hear at the June 6th meeting. And then that June 6th meeting will be incredibly important because that's the last meeting before June 20, which is when we'd need to adopt, actually as long as we do it before June 30 is the real deadline. But June 20 is the target date to adopt your proposed budget. So on June 6th, we really would need final direction from the board of how to go about balancing the budget. And with that direction on June 6th, we'd come back with a balanced budget following board direction for adoption on June 20th. And I just want to remind the board that, that this is, you're adopting a budget is a two-step process. You do a proposed budget in June, and then we do a final budget hearing and adoption, and it's become more typical the first Tuesday in September. So that gives you some time. If you have some really difficult things to work out, we could find ways to, put the budget together that buys the board and the staff time to work on things that are particularly difficult. But you don't want to put too much of this off, because the longer you put off decisions, the deeper the cuts and things like that would need to be to address those issues. So that is my report. And are there any questions?
Any board questions?
No, I'd like to wait and hear public comment.
Very good. Is there any public comment?
I just have a question, I think. When the Juvenile Justice Center was opening, it was estimated it was going to cost $400,000 or $500,000 to keep it going, that would be coming out of our pockets. So I know we got 2 kids that were there, but we need paying customers from other counties, and we need the place full, I think, to justify the money. So how close are we to being full at the Juvenile Justice Center at this time? Do we know?
Last I heard, and I could be correct, I believe there's 4.
There's 4 now. There's 4 currently. Do we have any renters?
I'll chime in with Linda.
Good afternoon. We currently have 4 youth in the Juvenile Detention Center. We are in conversation with several different counties on signing MOUs. They have not been signed at this time.
Yeah, for example, Amador were invited to come over on May 23rd to talk to their board. What they're facing on their side, these are part of our partners. Calaveras and Amador are part of our original partners. Our rate is about $10 more a day than what some others are offering, but they also understand that they were part of the partnership. If we take the responsibility to build it and operate it, that they would send their youth here. In the case of Amador, some of their board members, they were there when we signed these agreements years ago and established a partnership. All the board members in Calaveras knew, so they need to hear these things and be given the history, and then get the MOU signed. Then we can start getting kids coming in from outside coming in.
Transportation costs exceed $10.
It's a good point. You can say it again. It's a good point.
Their transportation costs exceed $10.
Well, the transportation costs and then the benefits to the kids, the benefit to the families, because they're much closer to their families and schools and all those kinds of things, which are a great benefit. So it's going to take time to get that census up, and this is kind of a bummer discussion because you don't want kids in there, but economically you do need kids in there to help cover costs.
They've got to go someplace. They might as well come here.
Right. But back to the costs, the overall, the number I think that Carol was talking about, that was a number that was put out of what the additional cost would be. Actually, I have to go back and look at that because I think you're referring back to a report done 3 years ago. We knew it was going to cost more than the old model of sending kids out, but the board at the time said, well, that's worth it. We call that the social cost to take better care of those kids. But in total, the budget for next year, full year operation is around $1.5 million. As I'm sitting here, I don't remember the net. I think it's somewhere in the 1.3 area, something like that. It is higher than what we had estimated 3 years ago. The board will remember we were looking at a staffing model when Adele was here. We had Chief Arnold. We were looking at staffing about 10.5. That staffing plan was adjusted to 14.5. That has definitely increased the cost of the facility, as has recent bargaining agreements and so forth. Again, we're still trying to work out the kinks of that. Is it possible to go with a less costly staffing pattern? Can we get more kids into it to offset more of the cost? Those are all things we're trying to look at with this new facility.
Supervisor Royce?
Yeah, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I'm glad Carol asked that question because I was thinking about that. I don't want to beat anybody up, but I do want to just state this for the record and point it out. This is the exact reason why I voted for that project, and I think that it was very easy to move ahead with it at the time with all the arguments that were being made. But I do feel like it was a mistake. And I think that we are suffering for that. And the cost benefit for the number of kids that are there does not make sense. And the position that we are in to be able to try to make this thing viable, trying to solicit other counties to send children here. It's not a wise way to do things. So I apologize for being negative about it, but I'm very displeased with the position we're in because of those decisions.
I would also like to remind the board we've been open a month. So we are taking a hard look at the way we're doing business, at our staffing. And again, it's been repeated over and over. It's not about the money, it's about lives and changing futures. So although I agree and I understand with what you're saying,
I don't want it to reflect on you personally either.
I know. I'm very passionate.
I understand.
About this. So appreciate the support that we've gotten and look forward to working on some solutions.
Hi, my name's Debbie Batista. I'm the county clerk and auditor controller. And if you'll indulge me, I'd like to say a few things. I want to remind the board and all of us that the commitments that we made this year are going to be not only this year, but next year and the following year and the following year. Some of those commitments we have no control over, the PERS, for example, but PERS is going to go up more than $1.4 million in 18-19. So that's $1.4 million that we need to address in following years. The increases that we gave to all of our employees who well deserve them will also go up in 18-19, 19-20, and on. The Law and Justice Center, the debt service that we are going to enter into, as Mr. Pedro pointed out, we're going to be $13 to $14 million in debt, and the debt service for that $13-14 million is going to increase over the next years. We're not talking about that only 17-18 is going to be a tough budget year. So what I believe we should do is have a mantra that says protect the general fund at all costs, because the general fund is the fund that's getting hit. The general fund is the fund that we're looking at to furlough our employees, which will result in services and other things. So while I agree that one-time money shouldn't be the solution to this issue, I also believe that in the next 3 weeks is not enough time for departments to come up with strategical, structural changes in their departments that not only will affect 17-18, but 18-19 and 19-20. We need the time. We need to start working on 18, in my opinion, 18-19 in about August. We can't wait to April or May to find out what the number is. We truly need to address all of these issues. Been around here long enough that when all of the departments are given the task and challenge to come up with the cuts in their departments, they're going to look at a lot of one-time money because that's how they're going to balance. We're going to cut out widgets and computers and travel and training. We're not going to hire consultants. We're going to kick it down the road. So if we're talking about one-time money and not using one-time money to help us get to a point where we can strategically fix our issues, the departments, and I'll be the first one that does it. Actually, I'm not. All mine is revenue. It's going to be ongoing. But anyway, most of the departments will be looking at computers and training, consultant, all the things that they can kick down the road. So I believe, and here's some of my ideas, we should look at, to get to a point, to get to August, to look at, we need to balance 17 and 18. There is no option. We have to be balanced by June 30th. But we need to give our creative, intelligent department heads the ability to look at their departments and come up with new strategical changes in their departments that will be ongoing for multiple years. Because this problem is not just 17-18. 18-19 is at least another $4 million increases in our expenditures. Our current revenues, TOT, sales tax, property tax, the increase each year is not enough to cover that. So we need time to change. So here's some of my ideas. They are not the best ideas in the West, I'll tell you right now. And if these were ongoing, I'd probably be the first one to tell you, let's not do it. But we need to look at some creative ideas to get us through 17-18, to give us the time, to give us 10 or 11 months to change this organization. This organization needs to be changed. We cannot, with all the commitments that we have made, and they're all for valid reasons, we cannot continue, or we will be back here every single year with huge deficits, and we're never going to get out of the hole. So, number one, in the olden days, We never transferred money, and we meaning the auditor's office, we didn't transfer money to funds until June 30th, and that was only if the fund needed the money. If the fund was going to have a positive fund balance, the money wasn't transferred so that the general fund could stay healthy. So one of the things that I would suggest is to direct the Auditor Controller's Office to review the 16-17 operating transfers out, determine if any of them can be reduced if the funds have higher than projected fund balance. I think the chances of that, other than perhaps capital and fire, is probably nil. But we might want to look at that. The other thing is what Mr. Pedro brought up, and whether we do it in 17-18 or we do it in 16-17, is not to transfer in one of those years county fires $450,000. County fire did not budget, as of right now, any equipment in 17-18. The other thing that wasn't in 17-18 was that the property tax revenue didn't show any increase. So the same property tax for 16-17 is 17-18. If one applies the rate that the assessor believes property tax will go up, that's over $100,000. So that would increase their fund balance by over $100,000. The other thing is that there's Geiger fees that we collect that can only be used for county fire. It's not a whole lot of money, but there's right now they're sitting about $27,000 in that fund, and that fund picks up about $12,000 a year. Some of that could offset whether it's 18, 19, or whatever year that county fire wants to make or purchase some of their equipment. I'm not saying that we do this forever. I'm just saying the general fund's going to need all the help that he can get to get through 17-18. And $450,000 is a lot of money that all the other departments in the general fund won't have to come up with. The other thing that I'm suggesting is to look at the internal service funds that with the revised fund balance, probably the only one who is pretty healthy, or there's actually two, is the workers' comp fund. We do have a very good fiscal policy that each of the internal service funds is supposed to grow every single year. Maybe for 17-18 we don't have the fund grow. And we take that money, not all of it will go back to the general fund, but some will go back to probation or back to the road fund and help it a little bit. The other fund we can look at, which will make me cry a lot, is we can look at post-retirement insurance. It's pretty healthy. We could probably reduce some of that money. This is the one that no one's going to like. And I don't really like it a lot either. But for at least the next year, reduce the contingencies in the general fund. Other than this fiscal year, by making some of the commitments we made this year, we had to hit contingencies. We haven't touched contingencies, but in a very small manner. The other thing is, we're stating that we want 1% of contingencies for all the general governmental funds. We don't look at the contingencies we have in health, Department of Social Services, or behavioral health. If you put all those contingencies together, plus the general fund's contingencies, we're well over the 1%. Now, again, they can only be used for their services, but we're putting money into the general fund for those funds also when those funds have contingencies, just as in this given year, the road fund had contingencies. We don't look at those. We just make the 1% all for the general fund. So I would recommend that for fiscal year 17-18, we drop the contingencies from $1 million to $500,000. By doing some of this, we may be able to reduce that $3.9 million or $3.5 million if we do furlough, closer to somewhere around 2.3. If we do 2.3, that will be a little easier for the departments to make the kind of cuts that they have to make the cuts, to make all the cuts that we need to make, and give us time, starting in August, sorry guys, that we start looking at 18-19 and we make changes. Or else we're going to be back here next year and the following year and the following year, because the commitments we have made, our general revenues are not high enough to support them and everything else. So Those are my comments for what they're worth. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie.
Good afternoon, members of the board, Madam Chairman, or Chairperson, excuse me. The only thing that I would like to bring up to the attention is that last night I got a phone call in regards to some of our budgeting, and I know numbers come and they're working very hard, but to get to this 3.5 that we're talking about, and maybe I'm not understanding it, but that we're being asked, my office is being asked to cut another $188,000, and which I understand in the sense that, okay, Sheriff, you may need to cut another $188,000, but please let the sheriff identify what those cuts are going to be. And the examples were, one was in vehicles, one was in range that were reduced, one by $91,000 and the other being $30,000. Well, we budgeted different this year, and the county's office would not know that, because what we did is we budgeted our in our range. We took our SWAT budget and put it into one budget versus having two different budgets. So when the county takes the $30,000 out of range, it's actually taking and zeroing out my SWAT budget range-wise. And then the other thing was that we talked last year. We made a commitment with the ambulance with Mr. Boyack that if they paid for our upgrade on the radios, which was about $167,000, that we would move forward on the EMD, and that was one of the things that was brought out. If we're going to talk about safety, and we're going to talk about those types of things, I think Ms. Russell brought up, or excuse me, Ms. Batista brought up a very good point in the sense of, it's getting to the point where, we're done cutting the widget aspect of it. I don't have any more widgets. It may not be a hose, may not be a fire truck, but an emergency medical dispatch can save somebody's life. Bullets save people's lives. So, I mean, we're all in the same boat. And so I guess what I'm saying is that I agree, and I know that we're all willing to look at that some of those outside the box things. I had to, not me as the sheriff, but Dick Nutting had to look at creating something called an alarm fee. It wasn't looked upon very popular with some of the citizens, those that have alarms. But here we are, some 20 years later. That's just part of doing business. If you have an alarm and you live in the county of Tuolumne, you're going to pay a fee to the sheriff's office and register that alarm. Those are some of the things that we can, I don't know the other departments, but those are some of the things I think that we need to start looking at, and Mr. Pedro does a very good job of always telling us to look outside the box and look at bringing in new revenues. I think that now, and I think that's what Ms. Batista is saying, is that we need to look at not doing business normally, because I got 4 kids in the academy. Does that mean that I want to cut those kids? Because if I cut those kids, I'm going to come back and I'm going to ask for more money in overtime. But as you give increases to my employees, so does my cost of my overtime. So those are my comments. I would just ask that if you want me to hit a number, please give me the number. Allow me to give the number. Don't say, Sheriff, you need to cut X amount of dollars from this line item, because, and I think we all agree, each department head knows specifically what is best for their department. So I hate being I thought this was going to be over, but it's Groundhog Day. It's all over. It's happening all over again. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? All right. Supervisor Rotifer.
These are comments, more than questions, I guess. First of all, I want to emphasize that this is, as Ms. Batista pointed out, and I think our CAO pointed out before that, this really is not a one-year problem. This is a 3-year problem, and we need to be approaching it with a 3-year to 5-year strategy, okay? And honestly, I want to thank Ms. Batista, because I was looking at approaching it this year as a 3 to 5 year strategy, and she correctly realized that we don't have the time to build that kind of a strategy. So I kind of do like your approach. We can pick on the edges of it, but I do like the approach of let's fix this year. But as we fix it, let's be thinking about how we build a strategy for next year's budget that really gets us to a 3 to 5 year doable do, if you will. The second thing that I'm really, one of the reasons that we got here is we did our very best to do the very best we could to our employees, okay? I'm not really a fan of reneging on my promises and messing around with furloughs. I mean, if we have to do it, we'll do it. But messing around with furloughs and other personnel actions that are just one-size-fits-all kinds of actions, okay, really is a reneging on our promises, and I don't want to do that. We did that for a reason. We made that these commitments for a reason, and I want us to make good on those commitments. So going back on those commitments, in my view, ought to be our very, very last option. We ought to be looking for any other way to solve our problem. The other thing that I want to say is that challenges are challenges for leadership. And I really want to emphasize that the 5 of us, okay, John's not here, but we'll put a picture of him or something, but the 5 of us aren't smart enough to solve these problems. We hired a whole bunch of really talented people and very knowledgeable people as leaders in our staff, and you're the ones that know how to fix this problem individually in your area, but also working with each other. And I'm really looking for some solid leadership out of these very good people that we've got. That's not to say it's not going to be very, very difficult. Having said that, I want it, I hope, explicitly understood, I think I've got my colleagues on my side on this, that it is, as the sheriff asked, it is the department heads that have to bear the burden of whatever cuts come in their department. They know better than anybody how to suffer those consequences and do so with a minimal impact on their individual department's mission. And so I really want them defining for us how we meet these targets. I think that's very, very important. And I want to go back to, we have choices on how we can do this. We can either find the money through innovation, increased revenues, decreased expenses, through efficiencies. Yeah, we may have to kick the can on some tough things that we'll figure out how to fund them next year. That's not ideal, but in some cases we may have to. We may have to make some hard choices. I mean, it may, and these are the choices that will ultimately come back to the 5 of us, but it needs to come from the department heads, and that is, where can we cut staff if we need to? And I don't want to do it in a salami slice. I don't want to say, okay, everybody takes a 10% reduction in their staff. I want to cut the staff through efficiencies, and obviously in as least a painful way as we can. Maybe that's through programmed retirements or whatever, but or freezes in hiring or whatever. But it needs to be either done through efficiencies in our services that we provide, or we just walk away from services, okay? If we do it any other way, if we just put somebody on the street, it's not just hard on the person we put on the street, but it's also hard on every other staff member that sticks around, because they got to do the same job with less resources, okay? So I'm not really a fan of that. We did that. We're trying to get ourselves out of that. What I really want to do, and this is really guidance to our department heads, I really want us, if we have to cut staff, we need to figure out what we're just not going to do anymore, okay? I don't have any bright ideas on that. I'm looking for the department heads to come back and say, hey, you know, if I had to get rid of some people, this is the one I think has the minimum impact on our county's electorate, okay? I will say this, everyone, every department will participate. Every department will contribute, okay? It's across the board. I guess that would be the extent of my guidance at this time. I may have more later.
Supervisor Hanfeld.
Well, Supervisor Rutherford said a lot of what I would have said, but look, I don't consider that, first of all, let me go back and back up a little bit. I don't consider this a $3.6 million problem. I consider it a $3.9 million problem. There is a tacit assumption in 3.6 about the furloughs. I don't want to put that into the base plan at this point. Ultimately, you may have to, but furloughs is like laying people off. It's reduction of services, reduction of availability to our constituents who pay our salaries, pay the bills. I want to look at really systemic issues. And that's largely what I think Ms. Batista was talking about. And it is late in the game to be talking about that. But by the way, Debbie, not August, right now. Right now it starts. Whether it gets implemented and when it gets implemented, and we don't wait till next year for it to get implemented. We implement these things as they're available to us. And it needs to be a constant journey. It's never a destination. Costs are always going up. We all know that. I mean, all you got to do is look at your personal bills, and they're always going up. So revenue has to pick up the pace, and you got to cut back on what you do. Talk to somebody that lives on fixed income. I mean, real fixed income. So we need these systemic solutions with long-term impacts, and they're going all the way down the road, not 3 years. They're going to go for infinity. We have anticipated productivity improvements coming. I expect productivity with every one of these IT implementations that we got coming down the road. Every single one of them ought to produce some kind of productivity, and we got to figure out how to turn that around and put it into dollars to the bottom line, if you will. And I don't like touching contingency at this point. In the final analysis, I don't ever like touching contingencies because, you know, we've learned in the last couple of years about emergencies, and the devil comes to the door, and if you don't have some contingency, what do you do? On the other hand, I'm willing to take some risk, okay, on that. But we ought to know what risk we're taking and make sure it does it. So I don't want to make the assumption going into the game that we're going to cut. We're going to put everybody on furlough, and we're going to take some contingency out, and that's going to get everybody off the hook. That doesn't get us off the hook. That just kicks the can down the road. So, and I think Rutherford said it pretty well. Everybody needs. This is going to be painful because you're going to learn to do things different than we did before. No one likes change. But we're going to learn to be more efficient And we've seen some of those things in some of the things we've done in the tree mortality thing. I mean, we got the cost per tree down because we started doing things as a team, not independently with things. But, and to the sheriff's comment, absolutely agree with you, Mr. Sheriff. I want to give you a number, and I want you to live to it. Okay? I don't care. Well, I do care. I shouldn't say I don't care, but I mean, I want to know what the pain is. But you run your department. I don't run your department, and none of us do. Okay? And that's true of everybody. So I look at this, and I just did a rough calculation. I think we got a 7% problem. I mean, look, some things are untouchable. Everybody goes, oh, what's untouchable? Well, you got to pay your debt service. You got to pay your electric bill, for instance. Those are untouchable. You're going to pay them. And there's a few other essential things that are untouchable. But if I throw out the untouchables that Craig and I talked about, I think we got about a 7% problem. That's huge. That's absolutely huge. So, to the department heads, I would say, I think you need to give our CAO not 7%, but because this isn't across the board, some things are more valuable. You're going to have to tell them what the impacts would be if you took an 8 or a 9% cut. What does that mean? And then we all need to sit down and figure out how we do it. Now, we got to get through the balance for June. Like I said, I'm willing to take some risk, but we got to then immediately start on how we solve this problem systemically going down the road. And so we got a challenge, and June 6th is literally just a few days away. Mm-hmm. And while we maybe don't have to have the balance by June 6th, if we don't come pretty close by June 6th, it's going to really get ugly. And I don't like ugly. I like to be unemotional about this. I like to be logical about it, and do things. I don't like hurting people, but I'm really worried that we're going to hurt some people. And it's because we haven't been paying attention every day, like Ms. Batista said, in how we do things. We got to find a better way every day. So that's kind of the best. I'm not really prepared to give you any more specific direction than what I just did, but I am anxious, and I offer my assistance to help any way I can in that, and go from there.
Do you have any comment?
I agree with what you guys are saying. I think giving our department heads direction and empowering them to attack this problem is a wise move because they are the experts, and I do believe in the innovation and the creativity that they can bring to this. So I would like to see specific proposals. It's difficult when you're sitting up here, when you're a generalist, to be able to know how to attack problems like this. There's no silver bullets. It's going to be piece by piece, and we'll try to be as wise as we can so it's not painful and dramatic in the impacts to the county as an organization and the county as a community. I feel like right now is a time where we should be putting money away. We've got some time to deal with these problems and get our get ourselves on solid ground. But as a policy, I believe we shouldn't spend one-time money as a goal. But I think there are times to do that, but not right now. Right now is a time when we should be setting one-time money aside, when we should be creating reserves so that when it's 2010, 11 again, we're in a position to prepare for that. And the economy is always going to fluctuate. There's always going to be highs and lows. And when we're on the highs, we should be preparing for the lows. So right now, we've been knowing about this for a little while, but in the macro picture, I'm caught off guard by this. And I know we can solve the problem. We've got smart people and good people, and we'll get through it. But it's very easy to get caught up in a position feeling like you have to do everything for everyone up here. And we try to do too much at times. And we know that. We talk about it in our strategic sessions and our retreats. What things are we willing to cut out of the picture? And it's difficult. You can't get a group to really let anything go. But at this point, when you're treading water or starting to sink a little bit and you got to lighten the load, we'll be able to do that. I think one point I'd like to make for the department heads as they look at this from their perspective and they try to help us come up with solutions is remember our mission and our vision. One of the biggest frustrations for me here is I feel like so much of our resources and our energy is consumed by things that don't tie back to our mission and our vision. And those are things in large part are due to state mandates, regulations, requirements, administrative overhead, burdensome bureaucratic fluff that adds enormous amounts of workload and time to the task that everybody tries to accomplish. And if we start getting in a position where we have vacancies that aren't being filled and retirements that aren't being replaced with new employees, and we are doing more with less, which we know how to do, from the highest levels of our leadership down, just keep that vision and that mission at the forefront of what we're doing. And I do want to express one thing about our bargaining. Where we're at right now, I feel like our board has made a significant effort to value our employees, to let them know that we care about them, and we care about their well-being, and we care about the organization and how competitive we can be for hiring. And I think we still retain those priorities. I want our employees to know that we're going to continue to do everything we can to make sure that they're taken care of. And as they go through their jobs, try to help us so that we can do that. So that's all I have.
So, for the most part, I agree with everything that my colleagues have said. And Ms. Batista, I really appreciate your comment on the need to start this process. We know we're looking at the next 3 years. It's not going away. And in fact, some of the things that we've already talked about are going to continue to increase. So we need to be creative. And that creativity is going to come from our department heads. I am not going to sit up here on this dais and pretend like I know what is best for the individual departments that you manage. You know that. But I've heard every one of my colleagues say we all have to be players in this. We all have to participate. The number does make a difference, and so I am a little bit curious, and I think that we have, for this year, I heard a couple of suggestions. I don't like lowering the contingency, but for this year, if we employ a few of those pieces to find what that number is, if it's 7%, I quite honestly was hoping it was something slightly less than that, but we need to identify what it is, utilizing, I think, the full tools that we have available to us for this year, but beginning earnestly in August, recognizing that that's not the answer going forward. So, Mr. Pedro, you're looking for direction.
That'd be helpful. I'm just listening. Randy, there's one scenario in here that was built on 3.6. I'm hearing 3.9 is really the problem. Then the question is, what kind of target? What do I want to use? What do you want me to use for establishing that target? Is it 7%, 8%? Again, there's going to be some bumps and things that'll happen. We'll have discussion with the Finance Committee Memorial Day week.
I would recommend you get 8, 6, and 4. Okay, numbers from every department head. How would they make a 4% reduction? How would they make a 6% reduction? How would they make an 8% reduction? And what the impacts of each one of those levels are, and then let's get together and talk about it. And that gives us the option to pick a little bit more from here, a little bit less from there, based on what the impacts are. Because I don't care what number you pick, whether it's 6, 7, or 8, or whatever the number is, the impact is going to be greater in some areas, and there's going to be places where we can't stand the answer of a higher number. And, when I said everybody's going to participate, that doesn't necessarily mean that everybody's going to participate at the same level. It just depends on what the impacts are going to be to the services. There may be, if a department head says, well, the impact is I'm going to have to walk away from service A, we go, you know what? We just may have to do that. So I would look at, maybe it's not 4, 6, and 8, maybe it's 5 and 8, or you figure it out, but figure out, give them multiple levels. You know what the workload is in all of those, but give them multiple levels with impacts that are associated with it. So when we sit down with them and talk to them, we can balance the trade-off analysis.
Yeah, I think in the system we can do 2 more. So probably like your 5 and 8 might be a better way.
Okay, that's fine. And then we can start playing, a balancing game in terms of, because I can think of some departments that I don't think we can stand any cuts in. I mean, they're small departments, and when I say any cuts, yeah, maybe 20,000, but nothing significant. Okay, or we would be better off just walking away from some of those small entities than we would trying to take 8 to 10% out of there, or 5 to 8% or whatever. So there are going to be some people that it's just going to be too hard to do, or we're just going to, sweep that service off the map. But if we don't have choices, it's not useful when we're trying to make tough decisions like that. And I want the department heads to tell us what those choices are.
So 3.9 target, overall target to start.
Sure.
And using 5 and 8
sure.
scenarios.
By the way, if anybody has any magical sources of revenue, that wouldn't hurt anything either.
We love revenue solutions. We
well,
talk about that all
if they can bring revenue to the table, okay,
either way.
they can use that in their in their proposal.
Right.
Obviously, I mean, we're not going to take their revenue and cut their, we're not going to double hit them. At least I hope we're not.
Yeah. So does that sound good for the full board? 3.9, and we'll ask for scenarios of 5 and 8% based on that.
Okay.
And department heads, if you get to 8 and you can do more, don't be bashful, okay? I know that's stupid of me to say, but you never know. Somebody might come in with 9.
Okay.
Then we'll do that. Target date will still be Tuesday. Give us a few days to work with it, and then we'll get with the Finance Committee the week of the 29th. starting at 30th, 31st, 1st, 2nd, somewhere in there.
Okay.
And try to come with some form of recommendation, some options for the full board on the 6th.
Okay. All right, let's take a 10-minute break, and then we will come back and finish up our items from this morning. Okay, we will reconvene. Will the clerk please read item 20?
Consideration of adopting a resolution in support of the Association of California Water Agencies policy statement on the Bay Delta flow requirements.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members. Liz Peterson, County Administrator's Office. Yeah, you know.
She's back.
As we've discussed, yes, indeed. As we've discussed a couple times here, most recently in March, the State Water Resources Control Board has released updates to their 2006 Water Quality Control Plan for the Bay Delta. They've broken it up into 4 phases. Phase 1 is the one that has been released most recently that deals with the San Joaquin River and its tributaries, the Merced, Tuolumne, and Stanislaus. Your board sent comments regarding Bay Delta Plan, or Phase 1 of the Bay Delta Plan on March 7th of 2017. The state is still compiling those comments and working on responses to those and a path forward. In the meantime, the Association of California Water Agencies Board of Directors, they have developed a policy statement regarding the Bay Delta Plan in general. That is attached in your packet there. Mostly what the policy statement states is that the Bay Delta Plan should consider all beneficial uses of water for the that not only goes to the Delta, but the water that not only the water that's in the Delta, but the water that goes to the Delta, I should say. And that the state's focus on kind of their singular focus on unimpaired flows doesn't really meet the co-equal goals of improving water supply reliability and ecosystem health. Furthermore, they talk about how the Bay Delta Plan is contradictory to some of the governor's other actions related to water, one of which we discussed earlier this afternoon, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, how the Bay Delta Plan is essentially contradictory to SGMA. ACWA's policy statement also calls for the state to set aside the unimpaired flow approach and really focus on negotiated agreements or settlement agreements that are related to things not just including flow, but other options such as habitat improvements and other things like that will actually contribute to increased fish health and fish population. The ACWA's policy statement also requests that the state's plan be consistent with the principles of collaboration, comprehensive solutions, not just singularly focused, scientific analysis, flows for function's sake, not just flows for flow's sake, economic considerations, which was one thing that your board mentioned, pretty significantly in your comments that you sent to the state back in March, and then to be consistent with state policy and other leadership, as I mentioned, such as SGMA. So I am here today requesting that your board join with many other water districts, water agencies throughout the state in, adopting the attached resolution in support of the Association of California Water Agencies policy statement on the Bay Delta flow requirements.
Are there any questions? Is there any public comment? Bring it back to the board. I just want to say that I thought this was really well written.
Just a comment, since I am our Aqua rep, and I just came from the Aqua Conference last week. This is really important. It's an issue that has united a very diverse water community across the state. The supplemental environmental document that was recently circulated is the opposition to it is near universal. But nonetheless, it is an elected, appointed state regulatory body that we're dealing with, and so it is important that we support this document, and in the interest of brevity, I'll limit my comments to that. And, Madam Chairman, I will move to approve the resolution.
I just like to reiterate, I love this one. This is consistent with the principles of collaboration, comprehensive solutions, scientific cause and effect, and economic considerations. Wow, where did rationality come into this equation? Thank you. I'll second that.
All right. I have a motion from Supervisor Rotifer, a second from Supervisor Hanvelt. Any, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Supervisor Gray absent. Will the clerk please read item 21?
Consideration of approving correspondence opposing the Community Development Block Grant Trail Bill RN 17-13279.
Hi, good afternoon. Maureen Frank, Deputy County Administrator. I'm here today before you to ask for you to consider approving correspondence opposing CDBG trailer bill language that's right now before subcommittee, the budget subcommittee. This is trailer bill language that HCD has requested to go before them, and the changes are incredible that HCD are recommending to this subcommittee. The proposed changes would do a lot of harm, especially to rural communities. They're looking at significantly reducing the type of eligible activities that we would be able to apply for. It would allow the state to take any program income that we have, reuse income that we have, and it would be returned to the state. We wouldn't be able to use it for other projects. For example, in our business revolving loan program, after a certain year, they would just come through and take it all. It also cut the economic development allocation in half when the state funding is below $25 million. And then if they don't fund it, or the other thing they could do is eliminate it altogether. As you know, Tuolumne County has participated in CDBG program for the last 35 years. It has been a tremendous, tremendous asset for our community. During that time, we have issued more than 60 small business loans. Those loans have leveraged over $50 million in private investment and created nearly 300 jobs. With CDBG, we've also done loans for home renovations for low-income families. We've done infrastructure projects in some of our poorest communities. We've also been able to build facilities such as a shelter for abused children, a dental clinic, a youth center, and a Head Start program. I think one of the most important things we do is we also make sure each and every time we do a CDBG application, which is every other year, that we set aside money for special programs in our community. And those programs are things like the food bank, the homeless shelter, Meals on Wheels. And without the support, those type of programs are really going to struggle. It's just amazing. What's even tougher for, I think, Terry and I, is just 2 months ago we were at training for a whole week up in Sacramento, and one of the days during the training, HCD staff called a special meeting of all the stakeholders, counties and cities representatives. And so we attended the meeting, and they asked our input in regards to what would we like to see as far as changes in the CDBG program, because as the way it stands right now, they can't continue it. And so we gave them their input. There was also an additional advisory committee that in which Terry Cox sits on, just about 3 weeks ago. They never got back to any of the stakeholders. They never commented or gave us any idea of how our ideas would be implemented or what they would look at as far as changes. The next thing we know, HCD has submitted their suggestions to this budget committee. So it's just incredibly frustrating. These are programs that our community really, as I said, utilizes, and it's the activities that don't get a lot of spotlight and don't have a lot of other resources to go to and really count on this money. So attached to your board memo for your consideration is a letter to Assemblyman Jim Cooper, who is the chair of the Assembly Budget Committee, opposing changes in the state's CDBG program. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mo. Are there any questions? Is there any public comment? Bring it back to the board.
I agree with everything you're saying, but I do feel like a hypocrite, especially after our last item. You look at the national debt, you look at the federal budget, and there's a huge problem. We don't have the authority or the power to change that here. But we take the money all the time, and there are so many good things that have come from all those from this money, from this program.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a problem that we're ignoring when we send a letter like this. We're not being a part of that solution. Just like our discussion in our last item, the problem needs to be solved, but you want to minimize the negative impacts of how it's solved, and you want to spread it around in ways that can be digested. And is there a timeline on this? I read this letter and I scanned through it, and I didn't.
They're meeting right now.
Okay.
I want to add just a slightly different perspective to that, because I think what I have seen historically, we do a good job locally with those dollars that come in. I see such a bureaucracy at the state level and the national level with HCD in particular, and I got the sense from this letter that they weren't really looking at that.
The bureaucratic part of it.
Correct. Mm-hmm. And I did hear, the last two paragraphs, you made some mention of that. From my perspective, again, I think the local folks that have used that, the food bank, Meals on Wheels, the revolving loan, we can point to all of them in here, have done a good job in managing the dollars that come to Tuolumne County. Unfortunately, the bureaucracy at the state level and the federal level make it, I think, more costly for our programs to.
Do you feel like the letter adequately articulates that?
It was in the last two paragraphs. Do you have a comment, Supervisor?
Yeah, I think on the one hand, I agree with both of you. On the one hand, most of us probably are supporters of smaller government, certainly at the federal and the state level. I mean, we've said it any number of times, all of us have said it in one form or another, about the overburdensome regulations and all of that stuff, bureaucracies and everything. You got to be kind of careful what you wish for, because sometimes you may get it. And I think this is a case where this is an attempt to decrease the size of government, okay, in terms of dollars, but they're not really decreasing the size of the government. They're decreasing the size of the benefit of the program.
Yes.
And I think what really needs to happen is them to do what we challenged our department heads today to do, and that's streamline the state and local bureaucracies that manage the programs. Don't necessarily, I mean, if you have to cut the programs, okay, I'll take the hit, okay, you know, if that's what it comes to. But before I want to take that hit, I want to make sure that they're not just cutting the troops out. They're taking out some generals and colonels on the way down the food chain. Okay, and that's my concern. And I would like to see the letter changed a little bit in terms of emphasizing that while we support reductions in government spending, those reductions should target the bureaucracies and the bureaucratic web that keeps us from making the most efficient use of the dollars, and not be targeting the dollars at the bottom end of the food chain. I'm sorry.
I love it. Do we have time to modify the letter, or can we approve it with
That
either
change.
the chair or Carl or somebody, a volunteer to?
I'm okay with, since the chair is going to have to read it to sign it anyway, I'm okay with Sherry. I think she knows what we want to do.
Okay, then I will make a motion to approve the letter with direction to modify some of the points to incorporate our discussions and have the chair approve it and sign it.
Okay.
Second.
That'd be great.
I have a motion by Supervisor Royce, second by Supervisor Rotifer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Supervisor Gray absent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mo.
Item 22.
Reports.
I pretty much did mine. I went to Aqua. It actually was a much better conference than the winter conference. I swore I'd never go to another one after the winter conference, and this one was actually very good. Got to talk to some CCWD folks. Got to talk to several of the directors at TUD individually, of course. Different subjects. Also got to spend some time with Tom, the general manager at TUD. Talked to a lot of people in Region 3, which is our region, and I can tell you very quickly that Region 3 is really looking to re-energize itself. They've been pretty much dormant for the last couple of years, and I was very excited that there was a groundswell of people in representing Region 3 water agencies and districts that were interested in revitalizing the region and working some of our unique region. By the way, Region 3 goes from the Oregon border almost down to San Bernardino County, and it's all mountain counties. So we have a lot in common, and we have a real challenging line of communication in terms of transportation, getting everybody in the same room. So, but we've got a plan, and I'm really encouraged.
You have a report, Ms.
No
Supervisor
report.
Rice?
I'm good.
All right. The one thing I'd like to report on is on the 4th, we did have our Area 12 JPA meeting, and there was a lot of discussion at that meeting. I'll remind everyone that that is Amador, Calaveras, Tuolumne, and Mariposa counties. And the provider in Calaveras County accepted a vehicle that was donated by the Cannabis Alliance. There was a lot of concern expressed by some of the supervisors on the JPA, wanting to be certain that that did not jeopardize federal funding, because Area 12 gets a lot of their money from the federal government. And so the counties have all gone back, and they are working with their individual councils, and Area 12 will be seeking guidance from CDA also. So just in the event that you hear about that on the streets, you are aware of where we are in the process. Do you have a report? All right. With that, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.